Good afternoon. This is the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2015. I'm going to talk about some ground rules right now because we do have a big crowd here. We're not getting to the High Farms application quite yet. We have a few other things before then, but we will have a sign-up sheet here in a couple of minutes that we'll be passing around for anyone who wishes to speak at the public hearing portion of the hearing. And we're just going to start it and, pass it back and forth. And I know there are people in the back room who maybe want to speak also, but you need to put your name on there. Depending on the number of people who sign up, we're going to have to limit people's comments to 2 minutes maximum. If you can make your comments shorter. Also, if you could not repeat what someone else has already said, you could say something like, I agree with that person who spoke before, that kind of comment. So that will help you decide whether you want to sign up to make the public comments. Also, we can't have people applauding, cheering, booing, any sort of things like that during the meeting. If that happens, we may ask people to leave the room. So just to be expeditious and give everybody a fair chance to say what they want to say and everything, that's important to be really civil today. So now we'll get to our regular agenda. Is there anyone here from the National Cancer Society or anything for the presentation?
Steve, we weren't sure anyone was going to be able to be here, and I will accept that on their behalf.
Okay, so we have a proclamation first. Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, proclaiming September 2015 Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection report cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. This tragic disease is detected in nearly 15,000 of our country's young people each and every year. And whereas 1 in 5 of our nation's children loses his or her battle with cancer, many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. And whereas, founded over 20 years ago by Stephen Firestein, the American Cancer Fund for Children Incorporated and Kids Cancer Connection Incorporated are dedicated to helping these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provide a variety of vital patient psychosocial services to children undergoing cancer treatment at Children's Hospital Colorado in Denver, as well as participating hospitals throughout the country, thereby enhancing the quality of life for these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection also sponsor Courageous Kid Recognition Award presentations, community get-well cards, and hospital celebrations in honor of a child's determination and bravery to fight the battle against childhood cancer. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County designates September 2015 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, dated this 23rd day of September 2015.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, John.
Thank you. And I would just note that while my family has not had a personal experience with childhood cancer, we have had experience with cancer, and I just want to thank the board for acknowledging this. I think it would be so much more difficult to be facing this with your child. So,
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
and Steve, if I could just jump in, there are 2 sign-up sheets currently circulating. There's one that started in the front, one that started in the back. Please do not sign up twice. You only get to speak once regardless.
John, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda. I would note for the chair and the public that we do only have this meeting room until 4 o'clock today.
Yeah. And just to let the board know, if we run over 4 o'clock and we're not done with our agenda, we're going to move to our regular meeting room at that point in time to finish out the remainder of our agenda. Are there any public comments about items which are not on the rest of the agenda today? Seeing none, are there any board comments? Patty?
I have 2 comments. The first one is on a sad note. The memorial service for Melody Tadero will be tomorrow at 5 o'clock at Mountain Chalet. So for those in the public who wish to attend, the family would much appreciate it. Then I have another one that's on a happy note, and I thank all of you for coming to hear this announcement. I know that's why you're all here. On Monday morning, my son, Trevor, and his wife, Carrie, gave me my first grandchild. I can cry on. His name is James William. I'm a grandma. His name is James William. He was a little 6-pounder, 18-ounce, with the biggest feet you'll ever see on a baby. So we decided he's going to be a kicker. He's going to be a kicker. But anyway, thank you. So we're very excited.
George?
Thanks, Steve. I'll start locally. First, I want to congratulate the gentlemen of Aspen. Gentlemen of Aspen won the Rugger Fest this past weekend. I think it's the first time they've won that championship since 2008. So congratulations. And as Ed Cross would say, it was champagne rugby last Sunday. On a national level, I don't know if anybody tuned into any of the early morning news stations this morning, but there was a great welcoming to the Pope to the White House. A great speech by the Pope and the President. One of the things the Pope touched on was climate change, something that we're very involved in and realize how important it is for our resort, our country, and the world at large. So hopefully that will help set the stage for the climate change presentation in Paris coming up. It's also the fall equinox today, first day of fall. And worldwide, it's Yom Kippur today. Yom Kippur is the most holy day on the Jewish calendar. It's a day for reflection, for prayer, and for fasting. So for those who are observing Yom Kippur, I say have an easy feast today, fast today. Feast tomorrow, fast today.
Very good.
Rachel?
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, everyone who's going to be attending the balance of our meeting. We're just going to go through our normal items. What I like to do is remind people that yesterday was National Voter Registration Day, and we have an election in our community coming up November 3rd. There's going to be some really important questions about Pitkin County, our ability to expand and improve broadband services within our community. There's going to be school board seats up for election. Who's going to help lead that institution in the future? I believe Aspen Valley Hospital is going to have a question, among many others. And so please, in addition or on top of serving your civic duty by attending items of interest to you, be sure to check your voter registration on pitkinvotes.org. And if your address has changed or anything like that, you can change it right online. This is an all-mail ballot. The ballots will be mailed to you. So sometimes, when you've moved and you don't get something in the mail, it's easy enough to miss that you really didn't get your ballot. But we have people who have fought long and hard for democracy. Important issues are decided. There'll be some state issues as well. So please be sure to register to vote. Thank you.
John?
Steve, do you mind? A few folks have asked about the sign-up sheets. You're only signing up if you intend to speak. If your name is on there, we're going to be inviting you up to speak. If you just came to observe, you don't need to sign up.
I'd like to thank the City of Aspen for letting us use their meeting room today. If we had tried to get all of you into our small public area over there, it would have been unworkable and very uncomfortable and impossible for people to hear or to see. And just to note, we are planning new facilities at the county to expand the plaza office space and into a new addition on the back, and we're going to have a much bigger commissioner meeting room in that space, and it won't have the pillar right in the middle, which will be, unless I guess we could still request to have a pillar in there, but that's not the plan right now. So we do appreciate the city letting us use this space today. Okay, moving on to our consent items. We have minutes of the regular meeting of September 9th, special meeting of September 15th, and work sessions of August 18th and September 1st.
I'd move to approve.
I'll second.
August 18th, so I will abstain from that one.
And I seconded the motion.
Okay, is there any discussion? All in favor say aye,
Aye.
Aye.
and one abstention? Or,
August 18th.
okay, individual consideration item, a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2015 budget from June to September. And we have Susan Atwood here from our finance department.
Yeah,
She's not used to this full room like that.
no, not used to an audience. These are items that need to be included in the budget formally. You have discussed them in your work sessions and should be familiar with them. Are there any questions?
I think we're all good, Susan. I mean, we've gone over this stuff before, and
I would make a motion to approve the resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2015 budget and move to public hearing on October 14th.
I'll second.
okay, it's moved and seconded to approve this on first reading. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Enjoy your day.
We will. Okay, now for individual consideration items, public hearing with one reading. And this is the application for renewal of a retail cultivation license and a medical marijuana cultivation optional premises cultivation facility license submitted by Cooper Mason Ventures LLC, doing business as Silver Peak Apothecary for the High Valley Farm facility. Just to explain our procedure here for the public, we're going to have a very short introduction by county staff. We will have questions by the commissioners to county staff if they have any at that time. Then we'll have a presentation by the applicants, which we're asking them to try to keep it to a half an hour if possible. And then we'll have questions from the commissioners to the applicants. And then we will open the public hearing at that time and let people speak. When people are speaking, I'm asking that they come up to the podium here so you're by one of the microphones, and you would identify yourself for the record by your name. Then after the public hearing is closed, we will then bring the item back to the commissioners for discussion and decision, and possibly further questions of the applicants or staff or whatnot. So, Jeanette and John, I don't know how you're going to. Jeanette?
Thank you, Steve. This is two applications by Cooper Mason Ventures, LLC, for a medical and a retail renewal of their licenses. They were first approved on September 24th, 2014. They expire on September 24th to 2015. There have been several hearings or meetings, not hearings, associated with what is transpiring today. One on March 25th, another on June 9th and August 12th. On March 25th, the applicants came in for an extended premises license, and that's outlined in your memorandum. It also is concurrent with the licenses, so that would also expire on September 24th, tomorrow. And with that said, I think I've outlined the occurrences in my memo, and because of the short time here and people waiting to speak, I think I'll leave it at that unless you have any questions for me.
Okay. John, did you have any presentation at this time, or?
No, I guess I would note for the record that the reason that we're all here today is for a public hearing. The county regulations concerning medical marijuana facilities and establishments, as well as retail marijuana facilities and establishments, provide that if any complaints are received by the local licensing authority, which is Jeanette, during the course of operations during the time period of a valid previously issued license, then any application for a renewal of that license or licenses shall be conducted by the BOCC in conjunction with a public hearing on that request for renewal, which is why we're here today, because of the complaints that have previously been received by not only the Board of County Commissioners, but Jeanette Jones as the local licensing authority for medical and retail marijuana facilities. And that's about it.
Okay. Kurt?
Let me
Rachel?
ask a question of John.
Sure.
John, what are the options that the board has as the licensing agency when it comes to this permit? There's a wide range. I'd like you to just give us a brief.
Well, I guess initially I would say that it's within the authority of the Board of County Commissioners to grant the application for renewal. It's also within the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners to deny that request for renewal. The reasons for denial are premised upon would be premised upon the county's established regulations and criteria for the operation of medical or retail marijuana facilities, which particularly in this case would be the section regarding odor, which states, let's see, in general, that all retail or medical marijuana establishments shall be equipped with the proper ventilation system so that odors are filtered and do not materially interfere with the enjoyment of adjoining property. The application of that standard is very much a discretionary one for the Board of County Commissioners as to judging what is a material interference with the enjoyment of property. Of other property. So in the course of reviewing this application, the board may determine that it wishes to grant the application for renewal. If that is the case, the board may condition that grant in a manner that it sees fit, consistent with state statute, such that the board might entertain a limitation in the scope of the previous license, a limitation in hours of operation, a limitation in number of plants, etc., or any other types of restrictions that would potentially scale back the operation in a way to either eliminate or assess the effectiveness of odor-controlled systems that my understanding is have been put in place and are up and operating as of today's date. The board can also, if it issues a license or issues a license today in the context of a request for a renewal of the previous license, If there are no additional restrictions placed on the issuance of that renewed license, then the board may continue to entertain complaints concerning the operation and set a review of such complaints in the future, at which time the board can take action to either suspend or revoke, or suspend in part or revoke in part the previously issued license on the renewal application.
Thank you very much.
Kurt, did you have anything you wanted to put in at this point?
I would note that you guys have an electronic copy, or my previous log was through Thursday. You have a printed copy of my log that I updated through this morning, so there's some additional information there for you.
Could you give Kurt's title? Pardon? Who is Kurt? Kurt, introduce yourself
Sorry.
for everyone. We
Kurt,
all know
yeah.
Kurt, but they don't all know.
Kurt Dahl, Picken County Environmental Health Officer.
Thank you. Okay, any questions from the board at this time? Okay, let me just look at this Kurt's updated log here real quickly.
I have a question for Kurt.
Yeah, George.
So how do you designate between, you've got moderate, you have faint, you have light odor. How do you distinguish between moderate, faint to moderate to light?
That is based on going and attending odor school. There are typical standards where there are systems in place that they talk about, moderate, heavy, light, very faint. The standard itself, that's actually just based on my experience as I'm driving by. What was it? As I've been driving by for the past several months, I'm comparing it to what I smelled previously. So obviously, if I think something's stronger, then it's a personal opinion of mine that is it stronger than yesterday? If I smelled it yesterday, is it more? Is it less? So that's actually the criteria that I'm setting, and then I'm just trying to quantify that somehow for you guys. Really, the important piece, and the piece that I ended up with the column, was did I smell something or not, the yes or no piece. But it was somewhat of an attempt to actually quantify that a little bit more for you guys.
So then, when you say you
Oh,
Yeah, it's
sorry.
hard to hear you.
I'll pull this in.
say you notice this as you're driving by, so are you actually just driving by, or are you stopping, or are you going to other locations? Or are you just in your car, just
Right.
going down the highway at 50 miles an hour?
So typically what I'm doing is driving by initially, slower than 55, but not so slow that I'm a traffic hazard. If I smell odor, what I have previously done was pulled into the Holland Hills Business Center and then verified to the best of my ability if I was continuing to smell those odors based on that. Where I didn't smell anything with the windows down, I continued to go on by. So most of that actually would be the most recent piece on the log where, the last week and a half or so, I've not detected odor and I've continued to drive by, with the exception of last night on my way home where I detected an odor, but it was so faint that I couldn't tell you what it was. I just noticed a change, so I turned around, went back, and actually tried to validate whether or not I was smelling marijuana or not, and I could not at that point. So
So it's fairly subjective. You don't actually have a quantifying tool or monitor
Correct.
to actually tell like you would with the noise. With a noise monitor, you could tell when decimal points are higher than they should be, but with an odor, it's a little more difficult.
Correct. We don't have the odor that we're detecting is a terpene, and that's something we don't have an absolute tool to measure because, one, there we have background. There are all sorts of other plants that can produce an odor that is a terpene, so that's a very general chemical name. Pine trees, hops, those also produce an odor, and that is a terpene. So at this point, the best thing we have is a nose. We don't have a meter like you referenced, a noise meter.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Jordan, you and your team can start your presentation now. And if each of you could introduce yourself, or if you want to introduce the whole team who's going to be speaking at one time.
Sure. For the record, my name is Jordan Lewis. I'm one of the owners of High Valley Farms. I'm here today with Herb Klein, who's our counsel, and my partner, Michael Woods.
Okay.
All right. I'm very pleased to come before the board today and to let you know that we have solved the odor problem. I would also like to apologize to the community, our neighbors that were affected this summer. I'd like to apologize to the board for the disruption that it caused of your time. And I'd like to apologize to the High Valley Farms family and my own personal family for the economic and sort of uncertainty that economic difficulties and uncertainties that it's created for so many people who work with us. I'd like to start off by explaining how we solved the problem. We've installed, since our last meeting in August, we went back to the drawing board and we wiped the slate clean, and we took a fresh look at how we were approaching things and realized that we needed a different approach. So, I'm sorry, I'm just waiting for some slides to come up here. And as we move forward, I'd also like to assure the board that this is not going to repeat itself again in the future. It's been a very painful learning process, and if I could go back in time and start where we started, I would have, for so many reasons. But nobody has done this before with a greenhouse, and we were learning along the way, and we were relying on representations, technical representations that were made to us by equipment manufacturers. And so we unfortunately learned the hard way that that is not always the best route to take. So as we're waiting for these slides, hopefully they're coming up soon. Yeah, sure. I don't think this, I'm not sure that this.
Yeah.
Hi, would you mind coming down for a moment?
The microphone.
We have somebody from the city.
They amplify here too. Yeah, we're not used to the equipment in this room. Obviously, very high tech. I know.
We're trying to catch up.
It might be a few minutes, so maybe we need.
She's just a couple of steps.
She'll be on the way.
See her feet.
Okay. Here we go.
So Cindy, we're trying to get the monitors
his laptop?
and the amplified microphones.
Yeah, they seem to not be able to hear.
Can they turn it up somewhere back in the back?
Yeah, they do. They have control over that. It's not like ours where they're just. No?
Groovy.
It is the same as ours. These are not amplification. Okay. Okay.
Oh, so they're just for television, not for.
Yeah, so just, the microphones are only for.
Oh, here we go. The microphones are just for
And do
TV,
these
not for
amplify?
amplification in the
No,
mic.
it should be, and we've got it, I can go up one more here. You still have to talk a little bit loud until
Okay.
I'm fairly close.
Yeah, so everyone knows the microphones are primarily for grassroots recording, not so much amplification in the room. So everyone speak clearly. We'll try to make sure everyone can hear.
But if you are, within
Really
6
close.
inches to them, yeah, it will project into the room kind of pretty loud.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. You guys are good?
Okay,
Done hit
here we go.
Thank you so much. Just a second.
Okay, so just to bring everybody in the room up to speed as to how we solved the problem and where we are today, I want to just go through a couple pictures of what we've done since our last meeting in August. what you're seeing here is an image of the house prior to us having done anything. The way it used to exist, it was a passive ventilation, meaning that we picked up, this is on the side of the river, we picked up air from the back side of the houses and it was brought across, and then it was ventilated out towards Highway 82 with using 3 fans, and it was blowing 75,000 CFM of air in that direction. Okay. Okay. Hello. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
So after August, we went back to the drawing board very quickly. I found a world-renowned expert in odor mitigation who has his PhD out of Carnegie Mellon University. We flew him in, and within 10 days of that meeting, we had come up with a completely re-engineered design for our greenhouses, which allowed us to utilize carbon, which we did not think was possible based on prior conversations we had had. So I'm going to run through a couple slides showing you what we did and how the installation works. If we can go to the next slide, please. This was on September 1st. Within 3 weeks of our meeting, we were already pouring the concrete pad. We had to do that throughout all of the back houses, so it runs the length of all 4 houses. On September 2nd, by September 2nd, we took delivery of the first fan unit. These are significant pieces of equipment. This is the motor of the fan unit. This is the only mechanical part that's subject to failure, and that's the beauty of this system. While it was extraordinarily complex to engineer and design and fabricate and install in such a short period of time, it is amazingly simple to operate, and it has one moving part, or the fan and the motor unit, and the rest of it is static. Okay, next slide, please. So here we are. We're adapting the upper louvers, which used to be for intake, and we're actually now connecting it to ductwork so we can actually pull air out from there. And there we're making the connection, and that's the body that houses the fan unit, and then at the end there's the carbon scrubbing unit. And that's by 9/6. So between 9/1, when we started pouring the concrete, and 9/6, and within 5 days, we were able to pull most of this unit together. On the 11th, this is the front side of the house, showing what used to, this is facing Highway 82. This is where the 3 fan units were located prior, and this is where the air was vented out prior to the re-engineering of the houses. Here I'm just showing a picture of the fan units that have been removed, so those have been taken out, so that they're not even there anymore. It's now just an open plenum, and you can see that there is the work crew putting this installation in House 3. And now we covered that in bug screening, because now this is the intake side. So the air is coming in on the side that faces the Highway 82, and it's being treated on the south side that faces the river. This is the completed installation on House 3, and as you'll see, each house is independent. For those of you who have had the opportunity to visit us and see our facility, our houses are not connected. They're completely isolated from one another. The air does not mix between houses, and all these new carbon filtration systems are independent as well. So, in effect, I feel that by getting this, so our goal was to get this up and running. It was clear last time I came before the board that our time had run up as far as trial and error, and that we needed to come up with a solution. In order to demonstrate to the board that this is the solution and it works, we loaded House 3 as our largest house, and we loaded it with the most mature plants. The net result being that this house now has an odor load which is approximately twice what it will ever be in the future, and the system is performing. So in the next 2 weeks, we will, or by the end of the month, we will have all 4 houses online. Right now we have 2 houses online. And we also took a very severe measure for ourselves and for our employees, and we killed plants in the other 2 houses. So we took 2 out of 3 production houses offline, because we couldn't have the installation done in time for this meeting today, and I wanted to demonstrate to the board how serious that we're taking this, and we made that tough decision. And it's one that we're going to have trouble coming back from, but we will, given the opportunity. Okay. A lot of people are asking why this took so long. And if I could go back in time and start with this, I would. There's nobody in this room that would like that more than myself. We were not dragging our feet. For those of you who have had the benefit of seeing some of the other installations, these are very technical, intricate, engineered systems. So from the time of engineering to permitting to manufacturing and installation, each one of the previous systems took months. We first noticed that our initial system, we moved plants into the house in December, and it wasn't until they started maturing in around February that we realized that the system wasn't performing. And we realized this, and we started work immediately to retrofit it and modify it. I don't want to get into the details of this at the moment, but I just would like everyone to please understand that we have not rested for one moment, and we have spared no expense or effort to solve the problem. And unfortunately, we were grasping for the wrong solutions out of the gate because we had nobody to guide us in this process. Let's keep going. So once again, it's just showing. So I believe it was on September 11th or September 10th, we got the systems in place. And as per Kurt's log and our own monitoring, there's been no odor crossing our property boundary since then. Moving forward, we understand the trepidation of the board, we understand the trepidation of the community, and we are proposing a plan to ramp up that will allow us to do this in a responsible way. So the way our production is proposed to work moving forward is right now we have 2 empty houses. They will have the installations complete by the end of the month. And our plan is, once those installations are complete, to move 1/3 of the capacity of that house in and then wait 3 weeks. And then to add another 1/3 to that house and wait another 3 weeks. So this will allow us plenty of time to evaluate the continued efficacy of the system. And as I've already stated, we have demonstrated in the operating house with an odor load twice that we can expect in any future house that the system is working. This stepwise approach will allow us to roll this out in a way that can be monitored and where hopefully everyone can gain a level of confidence. It is absolutely imperative to our survival as a business that we can continue to operate at full capacity. There is absolutely no way we can survive without full operation. It's just not feasible. We have exhausted all of our resources and literally bet the farm on this solution. Our goal since day one was to be a model for sustainability in the cannabis industry, and I think that we have accomplished that to a very large degree. And now I feel like we're even stronger because the greenhouse model is far superior to cannabis production in a warehouse model. It allows us to use far fewer natural resources, and it allows us to produce responsibly and sustainably. In order to continue our sustainable practices, first and foremost, we have to be in business. We have proposed an ongoing monitoring program, which the recommendation is that the county has the ability to either do it themselves or appoint a third party. And to discuss that, I would like to just turn it over to Herb Klein for a moment to present that to the board.
Thank you, Jordan.
You go to the next slide, please.
The monitoring program has several components. First of all, there's an internal monitoring program that's done by Silver Peak staff.
I'm afraid, Herb, you're going to have to get to a microphone. Otherwise, this won't be on the record.
Okay, see if this works.
Okay, thank you.
So first and foremost, there's we're calling it the internal monitoring program, and that's conducted by High Valley Farm employees. And to orient you, the blue line is the property line, and the red line shows the outline of the farm. You can see the 4 greenhouses by their roof patterns. Next slide. We will monitor. These dots are monitoring points, and so 5 days a week, at least once a day, one of our employees is going to go along what we call the ring road. If you can see the outline of this road, it's internal to the property boundary. And they will monitor and log if they smell any marijuana odor at each of these points. We selected these more internal points to be more conservative rather than putting them at the property line. I realize it's not that far from the property line, but it's something, and we want to be proactive on this thing and be conservative. So if any odor is smelled by one of our employees, they will immediately track down the source of the odor, and if in fact it is coming from our facility, immediate corrective steps will be taken. Next one, please. We've already started this program, and this is not a sample. This is the actual log, the internal monitoring log by one of our I see Jeff, who's operating the computer there, and Mike. These guys have been doing it every day, and they log the time of the day. This is the reference point to those dots that had numbers, and fortunately, it's all negative. Okay. We also have a proposal here for what we're calling a third-party monitoring and complaint procedure. As I understand it right now, if people have complaints, they get in touch with the county, it gets routed to Kurt. And we're fine with that existing system, but if you want something more robust, we're proposing this as a third-party monitoring program where the board can approve somebody that you feel is credible, who would be a third-party monitor. They'd be hired by us. We would pay for them. But it would be somebody that you feel is appropriate to do this and has some credibility. So there's 2 inputs here. One is part of the complaint process. We're going to set up a dedicated phone line so that if there's any complaints from the public, they can call that number. And that would be routed to our third-party monitor, or it could go to Kurt. It's up to you, however you want that to go. So that's one form of input. The other input is that the third-party monitor would 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, drive by and see if they detect odor at the property line. If they detect odor, then the third party, let me back up here. On the flow chart, same thing happens. If the neighbor calls, the third party will go out and check to see if they have the odor. Third party on his routine drive-by, if he detects odor, he will also, move from his car, which may be parked, on the shoulder, and he'll check the property line along Highway 82 more carefully. So at this point, he does a property line inspection, and if he detects, if there's no odor detected, there's no action, obviously. If he detects odor, then he can come onto the property and he'll have full access to the perimeter of the building. And he will check around the exterior of the building and see if he can still smell some odor. If he does detect odor, then he contacts us, and we will take immediate corrective action. And when we talk about that, we feel that just we can probably get on whatever the problem is right away. But insofar as kind of plugging this monitoring program into, a legal document, that's okay.
Yeah.
Pick up my.
Right now it's rubbing against your chest and it's just like a fever one. So, no, you just go ahead and talk really loud and it'll be good.
Okay.
It gets heartbeat.
Sorry for the interruption.
Anyway, we would like to have 4 business days to complete corrective action. We think we can do it sooner. We're going to have spare parts on site. We're going to have a spare motor. We've got plenty of spare filters. We're also going to have an ongoing maintenance contract with one of the subcontractors who has provided the system. So we can be on it. We'll have people locally, but it's possible that there could be something that we haven't thought of that might take a couple of days. Maybe it has to get from Denver. Maybe it has to be FedEx from some other place in the country. So we'd like to have as much as 4 business days to complete it. And of course, if if there was a force majeure, if there was something completely beyond our control, some type of catastrophe or something, then we would ask for whatever time is reasonable under the circumstances. But that's kind of worst case. We think that if anything happens, it's most likely to be, maybe the motor fails and that can be replaced in a matter of hours, or possibly the filters have to be replaced and that can be done in a matter of hours. With respect to the filters, as we've mentioned in our application packet, we've got plenty on site, and the manufacturer's life cycle of the filters is 4 to 6 months. And there's a couple of ways we can be proactive. One of them is to just change them out at 3 or 4 months. The other is to weigh them, and as I'm told, these are like vacuum cleaner bags, and over time they fill up, and you can weigh them and see where they are, how close they're getting to their capacity. So that's another thing we can do. Anyway, if that fails, and we have not successfully taken corrective action, then we get plugged into your enforcement procedures under the code, and that involves fines. It can involve revoking, suspending our license. You've got all kinds of measures at your disposal to do that. Okay, next one. We have already started with a third-party monitor just to try and get this thing up and running and see how it's going. And the person who has agreed to do that, his name's Ryan Randolph. He's a scientist, and he lives in the Valley. This is his contact information, and I have his resume. This is way below his what his resume indicates. I mean, the guy's a scientist, but he's going to be out there checking with his nose. But you can see, similar kind of log, date, time, whether or not he detected odor, and his initials. This is similar. Go to the next one. This is Kurt's log, which you have seen. And what I think is this is just the last page of Kurt's most recent log. So you can see we're following kind of a similar format. And as Jordan mentioned, on September 11th, that was the first day that the filters went online. And if you look in your own packet there with Kurt's previous log dates, you can see there was yeses, nos, yeses, nos. I mean, there were plenty of yeses. I mean, clearly we have a problem. But since September 11, it has been no. There's been no odor detected from our facility. There's some options here for you insofar as who you want to be having do the third-party monitoring, whether you even want to go to third-party monitoring if you're okay with the current complaint-driven system. I mean, that's fine. We're going to do our own monitoring regardless. So that's going to be in place. We're going to self-monitor and try and self-police ourselves. But we're not asking you just to rely on us to do it. And we thought that to help simplify your deliberations on this thing today, if you wanted to have a monitoring proposal, we want to try and provide this so you could package it, kind of plug it in, tweak it as you wish. And we would also like, and I mentioned it in our packet submission, we'd like the opportunity to come back to you at some point between now and next year. And if this is all running smoothly and it's consistent with what we've experienced since September 11, we'd like to ask you if you could relieve us from some or all of the third-party monitoring, because it is further expense to hire somebody and have them do this on a regular basis. But by no means are we unwilling to do it. We want to do everything we can to assure you that we're not generating odors that are going to leave our property line. If you have any questions about the monitoring program, happy to address them now or later on.
Patty?
Do you guys have any photographs of the filters themselves? The Board of Commissioners did a site visit when they were installing, they're working on doing air seals.
Yes, we do, Patty, and they were submitted to Jeanette.
Okay.
There's some kind of trade secret issues about those. They were specially designed, so we didn't necessarily want them. There's a lot of people in the industry that are trying to duplicate what Jordan has created here, so we don't want to give them a real easy roadmap.
I understand that.
But Jeanette has those photos. They were also submitted with our employee roster, which also had some personal information about the employees. So Jeanette's keeping a file for the commissioner's eyes with that confidential information.
Well, just for a point of clarification, the filters are not aimed directly out of the back of the building. They are up valley, right?
Correct.
Let me just
clarify that for me.
They're non-directional. It diffuses from a 360-degree.
So there's no definite point of exit that's pointing in any one direction.
No.
Okay.
No. It's a diffusion system.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a cylinder which is oriented, kind of,
right.
I guess, north-south. So that may give you the impression it's coming out in that direction.
Right.
But the cylinder is perforated.
Right, it has all those
so
little
the air
tiny...
comes out all around it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Herb. So we have a lot at stake here, and we have for quite some time. And as I said before, we have literally bet the farm on this solution and our ability to get back into operation. We understand that there's a matter of trust that needs to be reestablished, and we are prepared to earn that trust back over time. We are committed to our business here in this valley, and I'm personally committed to everybody who I did not build this alone. There were hundreds of people in the valley who participated in this, and my commitment to them is to find a way to carry on. But I need to be very frank and forthright with everyone sitting in this room, in that our ability to do so depends on our ability to operate. And we have scaled that back and exhausted all of our financial resources. So our only chance of survival at this point is to get back into production. Despite this being a very big source of distraction, I would like to remind the board as well that this has been the only issue that I'm aware of. We have been in compliance with all state laws. We have been in compliance with all the other requested and mandated laws of the county. We've built an incredible team of contractors, employees, allies, friends who have made this happen. And what you see today, this solution is really, it's due to their efforts. I mean, there were scores and scores of people who dropped everything they were doing to help us accomplish this, and I would like to sincerely thank them, because without that, we would not be even having this discussion today. I feel that we at High Valley Farms have fulfilled all the criteria for license renewal, and respectfully request that it be renewed at this point in time. We are open to conditions such as Herb proposed for monitoring, and you can be assured that we will continue to honor our commitments and be held accountable moving forward. And in that, I would just like to thank you for your consideration and turn it back over to the board.
Okay, thank you, Jordan. Rachel?
Thank you for the presentation. I did want a little more specificity. Herb used the term corrective action, and I'm wondering, what action will be taken if odors detected? What is the action plan for corrective action?
So, the beauty of the system is that it's very, very simple to operate once it's installed. Like I said before, there's a motor, a fan belt, and that big fan unit. Should a motor fail, we have a spare motor on hand and we can swap it out. Should a fan belt break, we have extra fan belts, we can replace that. Should the filters start to get saturated, we have spares on hand. So I don't think that there is going to be an issue, but I think Herb, being a lawyer, is doing his job and trying to give me a little bit of buffer. God forbid there's something comes up. But we've been operating for 10 days or close to 2 weeks now, and it's working. So I appreciate Herb's concern and prudence in the way he structured this, and but I don't foresee any issues moving forward.
I guess part of what I'm thinking is that there needs to be some also internal management of the problem. If there is an odor leak and you're trying to find out if it's a hole in the ventilation that's cracked or a fan belt, and it's taking more than just 2 or 3 hours to fix, I think you should have an internal plan to move the plants out of that greenhouse that is leaking and move them into another greenhouse. If it still is not, if that then pushes the load too high on the remaining houses, that you'd have to harvest early or something like that. So I mean, I just think that needs to be part of the record and part of a corrective action plan of what will you do other than trying to work on the mechanicals if there's this 3 to 4 day window.
That's part of the beauty of the way this facility was designed, is that we do have 4 completely independent houses. So if we experience a problem with one house that can't be fixed within a very short period of time, we do have the ability to move plants to other houses. We have the ability to harvest early. We have the ability to destroy them, like we've already done, to demonstrate to you our commitment to doing this. And we also have the ability to put a house into suspended animation for periods of a few days, where we'll just close the blackout shades and essentially maintain light cycle using non-heat generating lights, and work on it that way. So that to me is those are all, should the need arise, those are all options at our disposal.
Well, I just, depending on how the rest of the hearing goes, if the license were to go forward, I think that those need to be a written plan and a written commitment. Normally everything stated in the hearing like this becomes part of the record, becomes part of the commitment, but I think that the internal management of the odor producing plants needs to be as much a part of a corrective action plan as fixing the motor timely.
Okay.
Michael?
Jordan, what smells? What part of the plant smells?
It's the flowering. It's when plants go into their flowering cycle. So there's two stages of growth that we normally talk about, and that's vegetative growth and flowering. In vegetative growth, the light cycle is at 18 hours a day of lights and 6 hours of darkness. When we're trying to produce flowers, you turn it to a 12-12 cycle. And so as the plants mature and the flowers grow in size and mass, that's what's giving off the odor.
And so you've had greenhouses that are completely flowering at one time?
Right, we do right now. In fact, we did that to, the way that we're going to implement our production moving forward, and this was one of the things that we realized over the last few months, is that we're going to balance the loads in the houses. So it's a 9-week cycle, let's just say, in flowering. And so we have, every week if we harvest 1/3 of the 3 houses, we're taking out that. So in each house we can have plants that are brand new, that are about halfway through their life cycle in flowering, and that are at the mature stage. And so by doing that across the houses, making sure that each one has a mature section, a medium section, and a young section, we're balancing the odor load. What we have today in House 3, which is physically bigger by about 20% than any of the other houses, is we have all plants that are in the late stages of mature flowering. And we did that purposefully for 2 reasons. One, because we tried to salvage as much of the mature plants we could out of the other 2. And 2 is to demonstrate to the board and to ourselves that the system can handle a load far greater than what they're ever going to experience in the future. So today, as we're operating, House 3 is about 200% of what we can ever expect to see in that house or any other house moving forward.
So part of your plan going forward is to have a reduced load per greenhouse? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And in the past, that was something that we had not been doing. The houses were being harvested sequentially. So that was something operationally that we realized we needed to improve upon that so we could balance things out.
So the odor load is less per greenhouse, even though your production would be the same? Is that
Exactly.
what you're saying?
Yes.
Can I tag on to that?
Patty.
Well, when we were at the site visit and we were in Greenhouse 3, my first response, as was quoted in the newspaper, was that it didn't reek. And I'm wondering why, when we walked into that room, into that greenhouse that was packed to the max with flowering marijuana plants, why it didn't reek. It didn't smell. You had to actually get your face up to the plant to smell actually it was very sweet, but is it the process of harvesting that creates I don't know.
No, Patty, I think it's a combination of things, but I think what happens when you step into a room that has so many plants, I think that sense of smell is it's a very curious thing that it's affected by all sorts of parameters. And I think what happens is you walk into that environment and the baseline, your body adjusts to your nose adjusts to the baseline. So you get up close and then you
could smell it, but
you get it.
Yeah.
And I also think that there are, there's changes that occur from the time you take it from inside the house and it goes outside. Maybe it's simply just the contrast between having clean air versus none. But I also, I'm not sure if you noticed on your way home that probably your clothes.
Sweet.
Yeah. So there's enough of an odor load in the house that it actually lingers on your clothes if you're in there for any period of time.
But it was surprising because I have to tell you, to the public, that house was packed, Greenhouse 3, to the max in full bloom marijuana plants. And the first greenhouse we went into just had the mother plants and the clones, or the starting growth, and there was really no odor in there. I mean, it was pretty shocking to try and figure out how there's this odor thing, unless, for me, it would be in the harvesting when you're exposing more of the plant. But I just needed to clarify that. So in the future, that Greenhouse 3 will be separated out, like Michael was asking, and so will Greenhouse 2 and 4.
Yes.
And 1 will always remain the mothership.
That's the vegetative house where we keep our genetic stock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Thank you, and thank you, Michael, for your questions on that. It really brought something forward that, again, I think if we're talking about a quasi-management plan of how it will be operated in the future, there should be commitments about the balancing of the load, that it will never be that more than 1/3 of the house capacity is flowering at any one time. And the significance of that, of course, is that each filtration system is per house. It's not as if all 3 houses dump into one filtration system. They're all, so the load would be under the threshold that system could handle. And so again, I think that's something. And then the other thing is that
Rachel, just for the record, I just want to clarify that when we're talking about flowering, as soon as you move a plant into that 12-12 light cycle, even if it has no flowers on it, it's in flowering. So it's that by moving it into the house, you're forcing that
it to begin that process.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure I might not be getting the language quite correct, but again, as you're making a commitment in the public hearing related to your licensure that you will balance the loads within the greenhouses, that needs to be captured somehow.
Absolutely.
As part of this plan. The other is this item of the weight of the filters, and again, I think this was something mentioned in more detail at the site visit, that the filters themselves are around 145 pounds when they're first installed, and they can be close to 200 pounds when they're taken out, like a vacuum cleaner bag. And you said they normally have a 6-month life, but you're going to change them every 3 to 4. I suppose I'd like to get a little more exact on that, and that, I would leave it to other minds and you to help us figure out what that standard is, but perhaps they should be removed when they reach 185, as a minimum. So the public is assured and everyone's assured that they're not being stretched to the last, or that, and I know it's a bank of multiple filters within each system, but that how current are the majority? I mean, I'm sure that if you had a full load that got closer to the 200-pound mark, you're not going to get as much effectiveness as opposed to how they're cycled out. And I don't know the details on that. I'm trying to think of you use a camera and has 4 batteries. It says use 4 fresh ones. Don't use mix old and new batteries. So perhaps you can give us some guidance on what would be a fair and reasonable standard for the requirement of the filter swap outs.
I have no intention of coming back before the board on this issue again. I mean, I can't give you a better answer than that. But that being said, I mean, this is still going to be a learning process. I mean, we're going to err on the side of caution at every step, and we're going to be checking it every day. And if we detect that the odors are not operating to the level of our satisfaction prior to the schedule change out, then we will modify that schedule. I think that there has to be a certain I don't have all the answers sitting today. The only answer I have is I have no intention of coming back before you on this issue.
Okay.
And
well, perhaps it would be. I'll address it again later and think this through a little more. But I want the message to be clear. If it's a matter of changing those filters more frequently than you'd originally anticipated, or if they reach a diminished capacity when they're 80% of their life, they need to go.
I hear you. And my understanding and with the way that this works is that it's a lot like a sponge, and that a sponge will absorb water until it reaches saturation, and then it quickly fails. So that's how it's been explained to me, and there's some learning that we all have to do as well.
Thank you.
Steve, can I again want to tag onto that? And what about climate? What about our weather extremes? Is that a factor in these charcoal filters? I mean, that might be a new one for us.
No.
Oh, good.
No.
So it'll stay on the norm for winter, summer?
The filters are not exposed to, I mean, they're exposed to the elements, but they're covered, so they're not going to be getting wet or anything like that. And the air that's blowing through them is, it's going to be consistently. So
it'll maintain an average temp. It won't have the hots and the colds.
Yeah, we're not blowing cold air through that. I mean, the fan's it's a variable speed fan. And that's the beauty of the system, is that it allows us, right now it's running at full capacity, but in the wintertime it allows us to slow the fan down. So we're always maintaining negative pressure in those houses, so we can ensure that all the air is pushed out through the filter system. And in any greenhouse, whether it's summer or winter, you have to change the air. So even in the winter, we're going to be changing the air at
a constant process. Steve, I had another. Wait, Michael, did you want to tag on to that?
Just on that, but isn't there a condensation problem when you come to wintertime, because you're exhausting moist, warm air to cold air?
Correct.
And so you get condensate.
That's why we insulated the ductwork. That's where you would normally see it. So we insulated the ductwork. It's a short run, and keep in mind you're pushing close to 30,000 CFM. So it takes about, I think like a millisecond for it to get from the top of the house down to the exhaust portal. But just to be, to ensure that we weren't getting condensate in the ductwork, we insulated that at considerable expense.
And there's no condensate within the filtration, the filters themselves.
No. No, because the filters we're pushing, warm air is constantly getting pushed through those filters. So you're not going to have this interaction of a very cold.
But at some point you have warm air, moist, hitting cold air, dry. And
yes.
So you're going to have some condensation somewhere at the end of the cycle, maybe.
As it's exhausted from the.
And will you get steam, or will you get?
You might see steam in the winter. We'll find out. It might not be unlike when you go outside on a certain day and you see your breath. That we'll see. I don't know the answer to that yet.
So Steve, my other question, it goes back to what you said about 1/3 capacity, wait 3 weeks, 1/3 capacity, wait 3 weeks. So currently, you have the new system in Greenhouse 1, and that's set up and complete. You have the system in Greenhouse 3, which is the max load, and that's set up and complete. So then you're going to be working on Greenhouse 2, 4, 2 smaller than 4, is that correct? Or are they about the same size?
I think those two houses are about the same.
So you're going to start with one of those and do 1/3, wait 3 weeks, 1/3, while we're gauging any issues of odor from a system, a newly installed system, and then we'll install the system in the last greenhouse, 1/3, wait 3 weeks, that same process, is that correct?
That is the stagger in the houses. And I'm rounding off it, it could be 2 weeks and 5 days, whatever. But yes, it's the 3 production houses are divided into 9 parts, 3 parts in each house. So from a workload perspective, the way we try to balance things is that we have in a given week we have a production schedule, and that allows us to get that work done within a week. So yes, we're going to start filling house 2 and 4. We're going to add 1/3 section to house 2. Then the next week we're going to go to house 4. Then the next week it would go it would go house 2, house 3, house 4. Then you go back house 2, house 3, house 4, and that's how it works.
So how far out are you in installing the systems on 2 and 4?
I believe it's well underway. I mean, we'll be done within 7 days.
Okay. And there was another question I had, and it'll have to come back to me about the recycling of the systems, but I'll think of it during the conversation.
I have a couple of questions, Jordan. Some of these I know the answer already, but for the benefit of the record, I'd like to hear the answer again. It's been called into question, why are you venting the air now on the river side instead of the highway side? The thought being, I think in some people, that you're doing that intentionally to direct it away from the Holland Hills area perhaps or something, but why did you reverse the airflow and put the system the way you're doing it now?
It had to do with the footprint I think you can all appreciate the scale and mass of what we installed, and that wasn't possible on the front side of the house. And in fact, that had sort of limited our thought and our approach to solving the problem in the past. We simply don't have, that we had to pour a thick concrete slab to support all that equipment. On the front of the house, we have a shed roof, and so it wasn't feasible to do that. It would have required massive ductwork and a footprint beyond our existing footprint now. So that's the reason why.
Okay, and you couldn't put those units up on the roof because it's a slanted roof and
it's a slanted roof and it couldn't bear
structurally it wouldn't bear the weight.
That's correct.
Okay. You have another filter system built in that's hospital grade filters before the air gets to the carbon filters. Could you talk about that filter and what it accomplishes?
So that's a pre-filter, very similar to what you'd find in many HVAC systems. It basically removes particulate matter so it doesn't clog up the carbon. So any debris that makes its way into the exhaust vent will be captured by that filter, and so it's not going into the carbon filtration and blocking that up. So it allows the carbon to remain, the perforations are very small, and it depends upon having those perforations, so that keeps that system clean.
So would those filters capture any of the terpenes, or
No, that's
they
just
would still go through to the carbon?
Exactly. That's just for particulate matter.
So then the carbon filter gaining weight, that would be virtually entirely from the terpenes being captured by the carbon?
Correct.
Okay. And how often would you change the pre-filter?
I think that's a visual inspection. It just depends on how much debris is actually getting into that. The way the system is designed, it's a door that opens, and we can literally just slide it out and check it the same way you would on your air conditioner pre-filter or anything like that.
Okay. During the summertime, in my mind, it's going to be easy to have the thing work during the cooler months because the greenhouses don't get as hot. You wouldn't be blowing so much air out. Come next summer when we start getting hot days again, the greenhouses will get hotter, and I presume you'll have to blow more air through them to keep them at the right temperature.
Well,
what measures do you have in mind that you'd be willing to put in place to try to keep the greenhouses cooler, or to mitigate to block the sun somewhat, or something like that?
Benefit that we have is we have a shading system that we use for light deprivation, but it can also be used, and we have used it, for blocking the sun on hot days. So what that allows us to do is to effectively block the heat load in the house and to mitigate it that way. We also have evaporative cooling in the houses. So there are cultural things that we can do to compensate for the reduced airflow. It has been operating at full capacity, and it's working. Not to say that we might have to make adjustments to our cultural practices as we go through the seasons, but at the end of the day, all the air, there's only one exit out, and it's through those carbon filters. So no matter whatever constraints we have to deal with, that doesn't impact the filtration and the odors.
There was a newspaper article that told about how this new system would be putting through a whole lot less air than previously, or than was anticipated. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, in order to accomplish this, we had to reduce the volume of airflow, and when your greenhouses, when you talk to a greenhouse engineer, they calculate heat load and they offset that by moving air. So we went back to the drawing board and we looked at terpene load and how we could filter out the load of terpenes, and then worked our way back from there. So we are now at about, effectively at about half the airflow that we had before, maybe a little bit less. But there are trade-offs. We're not venting air as quickly, so evaporative cooling is more effective. And so that's something that's, there are other tools at our disposal that we have, including evaporative cooling, light, using the light shading, and we're going to continue to evaluate how the system's performing.
So by using the light shading, when we were in there, you closed the louvers the entire way, but you can stop them at any point if you wanted to move them over, block a quarter of the sunlight or half the sunlight or anything. You could do do that.
Yes.
Okay. Have you had to do that any times during the course of the summer when you were trying to manage the odor? Did you try using that system?
We have tried different various settings throughout our the summer. There was a lot of different variables, and yes, we have done that effectively when we needed to.
Mm-hmm.
If we were working on a fan and we had two of the fans offline for whatever reason, or one of them, yeah, we employed that method. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought of my question.
Patty.
I knew it would come back to me. You mentioned the monitoring would be done 5 days a week, once a day. Is there a reason why not 7 days a week?
Patty, we just proposed something
Okay.
that we thought, since everyone in the county works Monday through Friday, and if you wanted a county employee to do it, we proposed something that we thought made sense.
We could
but
work with that.
We're open to anything. Yeah, I mean, most of our we are a 7-day a week operation, but most of our work is done Monday through Friday as well.
Okay, thanks.
So.
Okay, any further questions from the board at this time? Okay, thanks, and we might still come back to you with more questions later on. Okay, let's see how we're doing on 125.
So is John going to be our timer over here?
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing now. We have 28 people who signed up. I presume there are probably some more people who didn't sign up who want to speak. They didn't have the sheet come by them, so there might be more than 28 who wish to speak. We're going to limit you to 2 minutes time per person. That will take approximately an hour to get through all the public comments. Our county manager, John Peacock, will be the timekeeper, and
So
he's
what
gonna have a loud air horn or something to get your attention. How are you going to do that, John?
Well, I will raise my hand when you have 30 seconds left, and I'll verbally intercede if you go over your 2 minutes.
Okay, and also a reminder for the audience to not applaud or cheer or anything for anybody's comments, because that just slows down the process, and it's not necessary.
We want to be respectful of everyone's opinions.
Yeah, and the Board of Commissioners, we're here to listen, and we listen very carefully to everybody's comment. You can be assured of that.
Steve, if I could just add for the public too, you are addressing the board, not each other. If you want to have a disagreement about this issue, please do it outside of the boardroom on your own time. This is really your opportunity to provide input to the board as they're making their decision-making process. In the past, we've had some back and forth. That's really not appropriate, and we won't allow that.
Okay, and just so you know, I have 3 different sheets that went through different parts of the room. And I think what I will do is take a name off of one sheet and then off the next sheet and then off the third sheet. So it's not like all people sitting right next to each other necessarily speaking one after the other. I think that would be fair, because some people are kind of grouped according to your constituency, who you work with, who you live by, that sort of thing.
And you can also tell the next 2 who are going to be up so they can be ready.
Okay. Thanks, Rachel. So first up, we'll have Brandon Marion, followed by Kent Schuler, followed by Joseph Haas. So Brandon, and I want you to sit at the seat here, and then you can speak in to the microphone.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And thank you guys for confronting an obviously difficult situation and somewhat of a subjective situation. So I'll just read my comments and do it as quickly as I can. So my name is Brandon Marion. I've been a resident of Aspen and Pitkin County for the past 15 years. My career spans over 30 years in international business and investments. I was very involved in different developing industries over the past years, from the internet to biotechnology, including cancer-fighting medicine and many others. I've personally seen what happens in a developing industry and the growing pains that accompany it. I have also witnessed companies make it or not make it, as this is part of the process in developing industries. No doubt some of you here have made and lost money during the internet craze in the 90s and the real estate bubble in 2008. I'm not here to debate the rightness or the wrongness of Amendment 64. I am simply here to comment on the implementation and the rationale in regards to the permitting of the basalt commercial growing facility. I've been closely monitoring and studying the implementation of Amendment 64, and I can assure you that it has not been easy and it has not been without its missteps throughout the state. In a recent conversation I had with the governor, he commented that the early stages of the edible portion of the industry were a disaster. It took a lot of work and a tough look at the best way to regulate this segment, such as portion sizes, labeling, etc. We're still struggling with issues such as legal limits for driving, taxation, banking, and other issues. These will also no doubt encounter missteps and fixes. I have read comments that a lot of money has been invested in this commercial growing facility in basalt, and that this is a reason to let it continue. I find this fundamentally flawed logic. When an industry is at its infancy and there is not a clear-cut regulation from senior government, the potential for investment gains and losses exist. Just as being an early player in an industry can create the possibility of profits, it can also create the possibility of a big loss. This is part of the game of speculating in an industry. And in the interest of time, I'm going to kind of skip through to the end here.
Brandon, just
Yes.
so you know, that is 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes go by very quickly.
That's 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, and I can't say anything more?
Well, I would like to hear you to the end, but since you're the first one, I'm going to give you 30 seconds more to wrap it up.
Okay, I'll just say that this is furthermore, as discussed with the environmental engineer, no objective test exists, and until a standard can be established and a test can be given, any approval would be arbitrary and non-productive. And therefore, I urge you to prepare a standard test that can be logically administered and that can actually be monitored from a scientific perspective as opposed to an arbitrary of who smells what or who likes what smell or who doesn't. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, Kent Schuler.
I'm Ken Schuler. I live in Holland Hills for decades, and thanks for your time. It's about the smell and nothing else, no matter what the newspaper may print from time to time. It's been the odor, and this summer has been horrendous for us, upsetting the normal life that we've led. We had to move our dinners up the frying pan instead of having cookouts in our neighborhood. Friends can't come out and enjoy. And it's just, the other thing is de-skunking the house when we leave the windows open to get it out of the closets, and it's been a horrendous summer. And I don't want that to be ignored. It's really cost our community and neighbors, I can't speak for them, because I just have myself and my family, but it's been horrendous. Also, there's a neighbor lives up the hill on a respiratory situation of some magnitude. And he's always concerned. He was here at the last meeting and spoke up, by the way. Size does matter. This 25,000 square foot growing facility is approximately half the size of the city market in Elgeville, which is huge. And this large building may be one of the largest buildings we have in our area, and I'm sure it's the largest growing since it's supposed to be. The smell has been directed mainly to 82, and now it's being directed in another direction. I'm sure there's reasons, but it changes the flow of things, and so we're not as informed maybe as we used to be because we got the full blast. And again, there may be reasons for the growing facility. Technology has not been available in the last year. In fact, we wouldn't be sitting here today if we didn't have this deadline. This deadline could have been met months ago before our summer was wrecked, and we can't get that back, I realize, but it's only here because of that and nothing else. This could have been a shorter journey. I'm trying to hurry up, and the lights are going out.
Yeah. Someone's leaning on the switch out there.
The lights come on, I can read better. Let's see, where was I? Oh, let's see. The technology is simply not available, and that's why we're having this meeting today. We have another great presentation. I love the presentations, but we have to go live in our community after this is over and explain to our friends who couldn't be here and wanted to be here why the smell consists 8 days prior to the final deadline isn't time enough to test anything, and it's a great show, but no consequences I can see in changing. To have this approved would be not a recommendation for me.
We're
and
at 2:30
I would
now.
want to have
Give them light time.
consequences in place. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Ken.
So just to do a check-in, I'm wondering if this is running a little bit too short.
Too short.
I think it is.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I do apologize. We're just trying to manage the.
You know what else would be helpful? But it would be helpful when Steve reads the names out of the next people, if the next person actually came up. A lot of our transition time is just getting you through the crowd.
So we have Joe, and then that'll be followed by Angela Marion, Peter Fornell, and Steve Garner.
So before we go on, everyone said it was too short. Do you want me to go up to 3?
Let's try 3.
Okay.
I'll do it in 2.
Good job.
Okay. John, you might want to make a little.
My name
1
is
minute.
Joseph C. Haas, DDS, retired. I came to the Valley 12 years ago. I opened up a marble slab creamery, and I took a beating and a half. And the only place that I can get a job at this point in time at my age is at High Valley Farm. They take everybody and you go through a criminal investigation before you get your license. And everybody working there is not potheads, as I've read in the papers. And we all seem to be quite educated. I'm there, I trim buds every day, I enjoy the job, and Jordan Lewis is a star. He's starting an industry that's never been, and he's put his heart and soul into it, and he deserves to be approved and given another at least a year. Nobody starts a new business and has it profitable in 1 year. It just doesn't work. You always have heartaches and bottom aches. And I tell you, I've been through the mill, and I've been there, and he is a star. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day, and please approve.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Angela Marion?
Hello. So I do drug education, but I won't talk about that. What I just wanted to point out was a couple of things. Number one is, if we're just talking about the smell, as a non-drug user, I walk in this room and I smell pot in the room just from the people who do use it. So the smell is around, right? And then I smell it when I even walk by the stores in town. I walk by people who've used it in town. I smell it. So I can imagine being down there, living by that facility. I don't think it's possible to get rid of that smell. And then one other thing is, if the problem is solved, then I don't know why we need a monitoring program. And then also I wonder what happens to the waste bags that come out of the filter system, the filters that are full of the poisons, the toxins that smell. Where do those go? What do those do to the environment? So that was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Peter Fornell?
Thanks. Thanks, Board, for hearing this today. I just have 2 quick points. I'd like to speak first about Silver Peak Apothecary themselves. 7 years ago, they came into town as the first operator when medical marijuana became legalized. And from the standpoint of being stewards of their industry and stewards of the community, they could not be more exemplary. They've been on the forefront of education and public outreach to the schools, to parents, to anybody who'd listen. They've done it in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department and with other organizations to try to be leaders of an industry that doesn't have necessarily direction, and I applaud him for that. And I think because of that, he's earned the trust of our community. And from the standpoint of the facility itself, any endeavor that you step into has its challenges. This has more. There's quantifiable tolerances for light and sound and smell for almost every segment of the industry. Unfortunately, this is a segment of the industry that doesn't have a quantified tolerance. And there's been no time ever when High Valley Farms has done anything other than respond to concerns. And I think that leads to their trustworthiness as well. So I believe that they'll continue to respond to your concerns as they have them. I think that they have done that in the past, and I think that that makes it worthy of their continued operation. Thanks.
Thank you. And next, Steve Garner. Next up after that is Steve Garcia, Chase Russell, and then Ellen Haas.
My name's Steve Garner. I've been down at the farm for a little over a year now, since before we opened up, and I moved across the country to work for Jordan and Mike, and that was in no small part to the professionalism they bring to the industry, and I could see that they had a true desire to do this right and do it correct, and bring something to the community, jobs, clean product, something done responsibly, and I can definitely say that in the past year, we haven't spent a single day, we haven't talked about this, we haven't worked on it, we haven't brought in experts, and there's been no rest, no, kind of sitting back, hoping we could get away with something. And, I just think that speaks a lot about their intentions and what they want this to be in the community. And, I can also say that I have a lot of acquaintances who live in Highland Hills, and, I think a lot of the other feedback gets filtered out and doesn't quite make it to the air. People with an issue usually have a louder voice, and a lot of them have been concerned to kind of speak out, just due to not wanting to be at issues with their neighbors. But I think there is an underheard voice out there that hasn't had their life affected. They're out cooking out every day. Their neighbors are out there doing it, and I think should be factored in that there are people out there who don't necessarily feel the same way, but. It's a great company, and I think it deserves a shot. I think there truly is a solution in place, and I think you as a board have been down there and seen what we've done, and our job is to make sure our perimeter does not let smell off that property, and I realistically think we've achieved that, and we can't be responsible for every other grow operation in the valley and what smells come from outdoor grows and other facilities, but I do think we've done our part to contain what we're doing, and we want that as much as anybody. We don't want to be a nuisance to anyone. We want to fit into the community, and I think we've done a great job in every other aspect. And I think in the past month here, we've really finalized that last piece of it. So, hope you guys approve it and think about this in a fair and rational way. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Next, Steve Garcia. Then Chase Russell. Steve Garcia or Chase Russell? Okay, Ellen. Okay. Thank you.
I'm not Steve Garcia. My name's Chase Russell. I also moved my life across the country to work for this man right here. Honestly, I was scouted out of a orchid breeding business, and Jordan brought me out here to come take a look at his facility. I have never seen, in my 7 years in the industry, a more tightly run facility. It is one of the cleanest greenhouses that I've ever been in. It is also run like a ship. Every aspect of what we do on the day-to-day basis is regulated, and everything is done for a reason. We have been working on this nonstop, and it hurts to see so much negative conjecture and secondhand suppositions from people who aren't experts. Saying about our job and what we do there, when we have worked tirelessly on fixing this problem and spared no expense doing it. So I hope that, fair and at least objective minds can overrule that, and I hope you vote to let us continue to do business. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Haas. Then after Ellen will be Larry Jordan, Bonnie DeWeese, and Joss Anthes. Ellen?
Hi, I've known Jordan since 2000.
Speak up.
I've known Jordan since 2009. I was one of the first medical patients, and I have learned to respect his judgment and his sense of responsibility and his caring for the community. And because of that, I think he deserves this opportunity to prove what he stands by.
Okay, thank you, Ellen. Okay, Larry Jordan.
Hello, my name is Larry Jordan.
Thank you all for being here. Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to address you. I do work part-time for Jordan Lewis High Valley Farms as a bud trimmer. Yes, I do have long hair. No, I do not smoke pot. I don't drink. I don't do any recreational drugs. I attend Christ Community Church, which is probably the same church that a lot of people in Holland Hills attend. It's one of the closer churches. A little bit about my background. Before I came to Colorado, I owned and operated my own business successfully for over 10 years. Started it from the ground up, much the same as Jordan has done. I also operated other businesses, took them from failure to success. And I did that by employing positive management principles, a lot of the same things that I see mirrored by Jordan and the other management staff at High Valley Farms. Paul, back here, the manager, he knows your name the first day you walk in. Before I was even hired, I walked in, he said, "Hi, I'm Paul, you must be new. Yes, let's get you fixed up." Everything that's done there is extremely positive. The management style is very communicative on the major issues. Jordan has had many meetings with everybody in the place. Paul has had many meetings. So that's just a little bit about where I'm coming from. One of the things they do that's very positive is they do employ people that otherwise would not be employable. A lot of us, me included, are getting up there in years a little bit. Joe's got maybe 1 year on me, that's about it. There's other people there, on a more serious note, that have heart issues. There's people there that are cancer survivors. There's people there that, due to medical issues, do use marijuana. They can't be hired other places. Jordan takes us under his wing. He hires us. He pays a very good wage. City Market starts people at $11 an hour. Whole Foods starts people at $13 an hour. Jordan Lewis pays more than that, right from the get-go, for jobs that require basically not much skill and not much intelligence. He's paying higher than the standard wage. These are all positive things for this community. I just scribbled a few notes
Getting
here.
near the end of your time.
Am I near? Okay. The guy that made Dyson vacuum cleaners, he failed 1,500 times before the first vacuum cleaner hit the shelf. Space program back in the 50s. How many failures were there before we got a guy on the moon? Jordan Lewis has tried, he's failed, he's tried, he's failed, he's doing it again. He's got it right this time. He's got it success. He's got the man on the moon. That's all I'd like to say. Everybody here has needed forgiveness a time or two in their life.
We're
I
right
guess
at
I'm
the 3
done.
minutes,
So,
yeah.
Thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless Jordan Lewis.
Thank you. Okay, Bonnie DeWeese.
I'm Bonnie DeWeese, and I come from Maryland. We purchased a home in Holland Hills, and lo and behold, now we have to learn about marijuana. And my husband was here last time and spoke with you as well. This is a serious issue for us. We're not against marijuana per se or the growth of marijuana. What's the issue? The crux of the issue is this is a facility located near a residential area. That is not something that is where it's typically located. And so if the owners had made good judgments from day one, they would have chose a proper place to locate their business and not be experimenting with this and exposing the community at large around them. So you've heard all of the complaints. You know that there's been this issue. It's valid. Not only is it the odor, it's the additional chemicals that have been released to control the odor. What are they doing to all of us? It's the wastewater. What's happening with that wastewater, and where's it going? Is it going into the environment and causing issues there? What is happening? What's going to happen with these filter systems? Just like the woman had indicated, when you have to dispose of all of that toxic elements that have been filtered. Where are they going? When I read this, I saw, what is the board's charge? The board's charge is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. That's your primary charge. So why allow something that is potentially dangerous to us to be right next to us? Why shouldn't this be somewhere else? And let them operate where it's safe and where we're not being constantly experimented on when something breaks down or when something doesn't work. I don't feel that that's fair to put that onto the community. And they've had lots of problems. So what's to say we're not going to have continued problems? When these filters get saturated,
Seconds left.
What happens? Will the air be able to be controlled still? So those are the main things. And also, I just wanted to mention the precedence throughout is not to put them in a residential community. In Maryland, we have 15 grow facilities. They're all in industrial areas. None are in a residential area. Thank you, and I hope that you will deny them this license.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next up is Josh Anthes. After him will be Chris Lanter, Dave Lambert.
I'm Josh Anthes. I manage T&E Marshall Enterprises. I'd like to say thank you to Jordan and his team for all the work they've given us the last several years. It's highly appreciated. One thing about Jordan is he is very conscientious about hiring local contractors to try to keep the money in the valley. And along with that, we are local. If the fans do break down, we're there to fix them. All they got to do is give us a call. He's contracted us to do this odor mitigation as well as any maintenance and service that goes along with it. He's wrong by saying they have a motor there. There's a whole complete fan. All we got to do is go down there, slide it in place, it's up and running. Along with that, we have a whole full set of filters on site, ready to change out if there is some sort of an issue. People have been asking about what happens with the old charcoal that comes out of the filters. It gets recycled, we send it back, they reactivate it, they heat it up to 1400 degrees, take all the impurities out of it, it reactivates it, and then we put it back into the filters. So I just want to say thank you, and that's it.
Thank you, Josh. Okay, Chris Lanter, then Dave Lambert.
Hello, thank you for listening to us today. My name is Chris Lanter. I've been in the Valley for 18 years. Beg your pardon?
Up just a little.
Been in the Valley for 18 years. I have been the chef at Cash Cash Restaurant since 2000, and I'm the co-owner for 11 years now, June of 04. And I'm going to look at my notes. I'm not playing Angry Bird on my on my car. We hear both internationally and locally massive support for Jordan. I think that he's transparent. He's honest. This is a new industry, and he's somebody that can be trusted. He's my friend. If there's not an odor, then there is not a problem. Then there's not an argument. And I would just like to ask the board, not to allow a relatively small contingency of people influence this vote. I think this is a bigger thing. I think I think his business will become a standard in how to run this business legally and responsibly and transparently. And please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Dave Lambert.
Thank you.
Tom Bennett is up next.
I've been a general contractor for over 40 years in the Valley, and a resident of Holland Hills since 1976. And I've been around a lot of HVAC systems, so I have some knowledge of the problems that can occur. I agree with Michael Owsley that cold air, the condensation is a potential issue. When warm air exhausts into cold air, there is a dew point and there will be condensation of some type. I'm concerned that maybe that condensation could be a thin sheet of ice on the filter, or it may be just air condensed into the air. We don't know at this point, but I have serious concerns. I've seen enough frozen condensate filters in my time that I know that is an issue. What I suggest doing, which is what Jordan originally said that he had done and has since realized that they didn't, was install a closed loop system in which all of the air that's exhausted is ducted back into the facility and self-contained. That might solve the may well solve the odor issue if there are any issues, and might also address the potential from icing on the condensation at the same time, because you won't have the temperature differentials at the filters.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Next we have Tom Bennett, followed by Josh Meacham.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'd like to thank you very much for allowing us all to address you. I've been a Valley
your
resident.
Name for the record.
My name's Tom Bennett. Thank you. I've been a Valley resident for about 20 years. I've worked in many businesses here in the Valley, and I've owned my own business, started it from scratch for about 10 years. So I understand the logistics and the difficulty of starting your own business and bringing it to fruition. I support Jordan because I believe that he is trying his best to bring a sustainable business to the Valley and employ good people here in the Valley. And I believe that he's trying to do it in an environmentally friendly way. And I also believe that he is doing whatever he can to follow all the rules and take all of the necessary steps to make sure that everybody in the Valley is comfortable with this situation. His property is zoned for agricultural, and being that it's close to the Holland Hills area is what it is. So I believe that he should be granted his license back, because I believe that he's trying to do what he can in an agriculturally responsible way. So thank you for allowing me to address you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, Josh Meacham, followed by Dee Schuler, and then Dallas Hood. So Josh?
No, Josh.
Okay, Dee Schuler?
Okay, I'm Dee Schuler from Holland Hills. The odor from the farm obviously has interfered with our enjoyment, causing nausea, sinus problems, headaches, sleepless nights from their manufactured odor. I'm not the only one who's felt that. I've talked to others as well. It bothered me so much that I've even, seen some healthcare professionals to help me so that I could be in my home when I had to be in it, when it was being inundated with that stink. I think you should not renew their license because it's too soon to know if their new system that they claim eliminates odor really does work. The improved air at my house over the past few days saddens me to think that it may all be taken away again, because it seems to be a temporary fix just to get their license renewed. And then we're back to the stink odor again, given their past history of broken promises over the past year and distorted truths lately. I am, although, happy to hear that the employees are happy. I was concerned about them having to live with that. So I'm glad that things are working out for them. Okay, please revoke their license, though, instead of considering fines, because that doesn't solve the problem. If you renew their license and there is an odor again, what would be our recourse then? What do we do then? Where do we go? This has never been mentioned before, but from my understanding, in answer to what patty, not, when you didn't smell anything when you were there. From research I've done, because I've been online and that's been how I've been learning about this and knowing what's going on, I guess some weeds stink different than others. There are some that are actually called stink, which is more strength in medicinal properties and has a really strong odor. So maybe that's something. Maybe what they're growing is got less, and maybe they grow different kinds. I don't know that's ever been addressed or mentioned, but I've been reading about that, and that's happens in other farms. I might suggest that maybe the strain of plant growing at the time of visit was a less or no stink plant. There are different strains of plants with different strengths of stink.
We're at 30 seconds too.
And I thought one more thing, and I thought they said they wanted it to be leading edge in the business, what they've done, that they've said to solve the problem. If it works, I hope they become more community-minded than they have been and share what they've learned with other farms to help make other communities healthier who are dealing with the same odor problem. Thank you.
I think we'll wait a minute to start. You can come sit down. We'll wait till the siren's over before you start. So after Dallas will be Brian Proluck, followed by Stephen Isbirian and Joan Messeri.
Okay. My name is Dallas Hood. I'm an employee at High Valley Farms. I'll make this quick because a lot has already been said. I mostly want to reiterate the fact that I don't think a few disgruntled people should dictate, county policy and decisions. I've heard some people say it's only about the odor and not about the marijuana itself. I think most rational minds know that's not entirely true across the board. Also, as far as the odor mitigation system, I think High Valley Farm has presented here today a workable solution that those of you have witnessed working at the farm, or some of you have witnessed working. Therefore, I don't think there's much of an issue anymore. We have the odor problem solved. Fails happen on systems all the time. Like if one of the fans goes down for a few hours and there's some smell, I don't think that's reason to pull a license for somebody, because it's just as simple as replacing the motor. Therefore, I think we have a solution, and I think you should vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dallas. Next, we have Brian, and you'll have to pronounce your last name. I can't quite read it here.
Hi, my name is Brian Prosick. I'm the harvest manager at High Valley Farms. Just a couple of points that I wanted to touch base on. We're doing what we can the right way, and we have a genuine desire to benefit every party involved. It's not a careless effort to make money. It's a true desire to lead the industry for the future. Jordan doesn't try to dodge any problems by lying or avoiding them. Everyone at High Valley Farms approaches every problem head on and tries to fix it. We're on our third odor mitigation system in only the 7 months that we've been operational. We didn't change from those because they didn't work. We changed from them to appease the neighbors. There was no guidance from government or anyone telling us how to alleviate these problems. We've gone about them our own ways. The people that would be affected if our license would not be renewed, basically there's 12 people that are in a domestic relationship where both parties work for our company. There's 7 people that moved from another state to work at High Valley Farms. 2 people are on fixed income or can't really find a job elsewhere. 5 people are local business owners. 5 people also are single parents. Since starting here in April, I've seen the management and workforce face every problem with nothing but openness and willingness to fix these problems. I look for a day where we can just focus on what we do and not all these other problems. And if there is a way to make an odorless marijuana, I would love to go into business with that person. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Next, we have Stephen Isberian, followed by Joan Messeri.
My name is Stephan Isberian. Thank you for having us all here. I think that I don't need to go back and talk about the last 6 months of odor attempted mitigation and the cause of all that, the misery that we've been put through. We're looking forward. What is going to be the result of this particular gathering and the future of the neighborhood? Several issues. One was this company they put that land under contract, but it was contingent upon them getting approval to build this facility. And that was granted to them. It could have gone the other way because this is a residence. I owned a piece of property across the street, and I was not allowed to, quote, be in the retail business. I couldn't put a sign up in my front door that said open. That little building there where Aspen Rental is now. So what's fair for the goose is fair for the gander too. But that's all in the past. What I really believe is that we have to move on to the odor. The odor is the problem. These folks are all employees of this company. And of course, I applaud that. I think that's great that they can come and defend their job and their boss because he's probably a great guy. But that's not really the issue. The issue we're trying to decide is, does that facility belong there? And secondly, what are we going to do about the odor? The last 10 days, 2 weeks, it's been a whole lot better, but it still appears. And when I see that they're going to monitor this with a suggestion of a third party or internally, I don't have a lot of faith in that because if you look at our website, and you guys have received letters and emails to the fact that we still smell it. It's not as much because they're only pumping out of one building. That building, we heard the rhetoric about we yanked up these plants and we destroyed these plants. But a couple days later, I got an email, everybody did on that site, from a person named Kim.
You're at 30 seconds.
Said, well, we're grinding the leaves and the stems, so for a few days it's going to smell. I emailed back, well, what happened to the flowers? And so to me, it sounded like a harvest rather than a gesture of yanking these things up and throwing them away and getting rid of them. So we have to really be careful of the rhetoric. This motor they're talking about looks to me, I'm not an engineer, I'm not any of that, but it looks to me like a standard three-phase converter.
We are at 3 minutes.
We're at 2 minutes. Okay, converter that converts from 130 to 240 to 480 in order to drive these fans. So this isn't a great invention. This has been around forever. What I really like to say in closing is, if we go ahead and extend this permit, that there be very, very strict repercussions if I'm going to spend, and all the other
and
people that are
we're over time now.
Okay, that are going to be emailing, don't have to spend the next months doing
Okay,
that.
thank you, Stefan. Appreciate it. Next, Joan Messeri. You'll have to tell us how to pronounce your last name. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I get it all the time. I'm Joan Messeri. I live at Ringo Junction, and I've been in the valley 46 years. And so I'm starting out with something that I was going to say in a different way, but I'm putting it in another way. I'm challenging the commissioners to have the courage to cancel this license if there are any new problems. With all the information presented to them in the past months that indicate the license should not have been issued in the first place for this area, and it's too experimental to know the future outcome. It should have been put somewhere else, not in a residential area. To me, it should have been out in the country somewhere and not anywhere in a residential area. And I feel that our health can be at stake. We don't really know yet. Things happen, and we don't know for years as to what results are going to be. I myself have had headaches, and I was wondering what they were from, and it possibly could be. I've had them this summer, and I don't usually get headaches. And so all of this new equipment is still experimental, and I'm not convinced that this will solve everything. I feel that it's going to be an ongoing problem, and I don't trust so-called experts all the time. And as I said, that I feel that the public is suffering while the experimentation is going on. And it was put in the wrong place, but it's too late for that now. And one last thing, I don't think it's the public's problem that Jordan is exhausting his finances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next three, we have Adam Roy, followed by Bronwyn Anglin and Ann Smock.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Roy, and I oversaw and managed the design, permitting, and construction of High Valley Farms facility on behalf of Jordan, Mike, and the entire HVF family. When asked to join their team over 2 years ago, what convinced me, above all else, that it was a challenge I was willing to undertake was their commitment to integrity throughout what was known would be an arduous process. From the beginning of our working relationship, the underlying objective has always been 100% above-board transparency and an open book approach to working with each of the regulatory bodies and agencies we would be involved with along the way. Whether dealing with the county administrators, the county building, planning, environmental health, engineering departments, local fire marshal, CDOT, local and state water commissions, the state MED, and of course all of our exceptional consultants, contractors, and tradespeople. Each step along the way has been a dynamic and transparent working relationship with all parties. Aside from simply bringing the facility and its unique systems online, the most important shared goal on all sides was to educate and learn as to the most responsible and absolute safest way to bring such a facility into operation. From the first shovel in the ground to the most recent inspection last night for the second of our 4 new carbon filter systems, I wholeheartedly believe that each regulatory official we have worked with through this process would agree with my points and fully share these sentiments. To overcome the odor challenge, I can now say with confidence that I have achieved the goals I set out for myself when taking on this unique project. It is unquestionably the gold standard out there, and one that I can stand behind with pride and assurance as a husband, father, member of the community, and working professional, that High Valley Farms sets the bar very high within this burgeoning industry. Not renewing their license sends a loud message that committing to the highest standard and most responsible approach comes with consequences rather than accolades, a message that will undoubtedly be received on the local and state levels and now across the country. Thank you very much for your time and service to our community and your commitment to making the right decision on this important matter today. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Bronwyn?
Hi, Bronwyn Anglin. I've lived in the Valley since 1997. I owned and operated a business in Aspen for 4 years. Moved down to Holland Hills in 2000 when my daughter was 6 weeks old, and she's now 15. I wanted to say about the zoning. It's been regularly reported in the papers that this has been correct use of the zoning, which was agriculture and residential. However, prior to the sale contingency on this, the maximum home size that could have been built was 5,750 square feet. The land parcel is only 4.7 acres, not the minimum 10 acre required by that zoning. The variance was granted by the BOCC for what we have now, which is 25,000 square foot warehouses built in addition to the existing structures. So I disagree with the characterization that it is in character with the zoning laws. I personally am very community minded. I was for almost a decade the president of my own homeowners association within Holland Hills. I'm still currently the vice president of the Holland Hills HOA, which I have been for the last 4 years. I do a lot of volunteer work in our community. This summer, as you know, I thought the odor was bad enough, but even more to me, the media op-ed coverage was very distressing to me in its negativity towards the Holland Hills residents, particularly the Carrolls, Rick and Meredith. It was very distressing, intimidating, and unpleasant. And I feel that that prevented many of my neighbours from speaking up. I feel that many people have been intimidated by this. Also, Mr. Lewis has been very negative towards us as neighbours. He's denied the odour and then acknowledged it. In meetings before the BOCC, he said that his neighbours' remarks have been inflammatory, misleading. He's doubted their truth, even though a 10-second Google search would actually prove that the other person was correct. He's characterised us as having a mob mentality. I don't consider this to be a good neighbour, and it has been very emotionally stressful for me. Despite all this, I tried to personally go as myself and also Vice President of the HOA to go to see for myself if we could trust the changes being implemented with this new mitigation method number 4. I had a site visit planned for several days with Mike Woods, and it was refused the evening prior to the visit by Jordan Lewis via our President Hatch.
We are at 30 seconds.
That Jordan had said I was not welcome in his private facility. That refusal was extended only specifically to me, but unfortunately my spot was unlikely to be filled because it was very last minute notice. We've been asking several questions via our website about the other grow sites that he's alleged to be in Holland Hills. They've all gone unanswered. Yesterday I asked again on the website why there are no answers, and I got a reply from Kim, who is the PR person for High Valley Farms.
We are at 3 minutes.
Bronwyn, you'll need to wrap it up, please.
Okay. But she was actually tired of posting, but in that post she didn't say, give us any answers. So I feel that there's a concern about trust, and I support my neighbours in asking the board to either deny the renewal or insist that a closed-loop system be implemented, as David Lambert said. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ann Smock, followed by Greg DeRosa, and then Hutch Hutchinson.
Are both of these working?
Yeah.
I tend to have a soft voice, so if you can't hear me, please say something. My name is Ann Smock. My late husband and I purchased our home in Holland Hills 33 years ago this week. You know, I don't think anybody really questions the integrity of Jordan Lewis when he, with his business acumen, immediately after cannabis was legalized 2 years ago, he really has a reputation, a fine reputation for medical marijuana production, and that's commendable. But I think Steve Child said it last August 11th, you know, we probably shouldn't have okayed this facility in this location in the first place. Well, unfortunately, we didn't know. I don't think Jordan Lewis knew what he was up against with an odor. If he had built this out in the middle of a field somewhere or in an industrial area, we wouldn't be sitting here today. But, all right, so now our task today is going forward. We really have no assurance yet of when they go into full production, which he says is necessary for him to sustain his business. We have no assurance that this smell will go away completely. We really do not have a monitoring commitment here beyond 5 days a week. I mean, what if something breaks down Saturday morning and it's not discovered and remedied until Monday? I mean, who knows what's going to happen over the weekend? That bothers me. He talks about the economic uncertainty that his employees and even himself he is and his family are going through with his licensure in limbo here, relicensure. What about the people who live in Holland Hills? There are probably 60 households there, and a lot of these people, their entire wealth, their entire assets are wrapped up in their homes. This issue has been publicized on the front page of the Valley newspapers for well, since last February, I guess.
We are at 30
And
seconds remaining.
It means that our economic values are going to be impacted if this smell odor continues. I really think that going forward, we need to make sure that there is some limitation on the number of infractions that he might undergo. I mean, he could have a breakdown several times a year. How often do we give him a speeding ticket without withdrawing his license? Thank you for your time.
We're right at 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, Greg DeRosa, then Hutch Hutchinson.
Hi, my name is Greg DeRosa. I represent the Roaring Fork Club and the Property Owners Association, which consists of over 150 property owners, and based on the county assessor's latest scroll, nearly $200 million in residential real estate. I think most people think of us as a hoity-toity private golf club, and that's just not the case. We're a residential community that also happens to have a club component to it. So it's a fairly large constituency that I represent. I've spent a lot of time since this issue started with our owners and our board, as well as with the neighbors in Holland Hills and with Mr. Lewis. You see, I believe in things working for everyone, not just one group or another. And we can all admit that what's happened in the past has been uncomfortable. And the collateral damage that was caused for the folks that live in Holland Hills and at the Roaring Fork Club and perhaps other neighborhoods has been unfortunate. But really what we're here to talk about is where are we today and what are we doing tomorrow? So while it's not my role to judge your job as commissioners or how the process works, I think to a certain degree we're where we are because of the process up to this point. I am here to recommend that you do not revoke Mr. Lewis's license. I'm here to recommend that you approve it, but with very strict covenants and conditions. And I think had that been the case all along, we perhaps would have not gotten to the point that we are now. I visited his facility on a number of occasions. It's very obvious to me why some of the problems existed in the past. I appreciate what they've done to solve the problem. While I don't give them credit for that, I only give them credit for resolving the problem. I believe right now, based on what I have seen today, that the facility has solved the smell problem. And trust me, I represent a lot more money and a lot more people that have a lot more to lose than anyone else in this whole thing. We live right across the river from Mr. Lewis's facility. And I think if you're truly doing what you think is best for the community globally, that you won't shut this business down, but you will keep a very tight leash on this business and other businesses that potentially could have collateral damage to neighbors. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Greg. Hutch Hutchinson, followed by Paul Zimmerman, and then Sonny Stutzman Kittle.
My name is Hutch Hutchinson. I am the president of the Homeowners Association for Holland Hills. Have been for a little while now. I'm not going to represent Holland Hills with my comments, but I do want some people to be aware of a few other things. Because I am the president of Holland Hills, and many, many people know that, I receive phone calls from many, many folks who know where I live, know that I'm the president, and think that I may have a voice to get things done. And so I'll be that voice for many people. And I do receive phone calls from many people who don't want to post on Roaring Fork skunk smell, that don't want to be noticed. They don't want to be listed. They don't want to be noticed anywhere, but they do have a voice. They are afraid of being recognized by some articles being in the paper, by some of the people that have spoken here today. They are afraid of being recognized, and they are afraid of being targeted negatively down the road. I have received phone calls from up and down the valley, from as far away as Southside to the other side of the trailer park, up valley from Holland Hills, and every place in between. So just take that into careful consideration if you would. They voice their concerns about the smell. They voice their concerns about the health benefits or lack thereof. I'm going to back up. I have visited the facility myself. It is a stunning facility. Paul, who I know personally, is a wonderful manager of people, and I think very, very highly of him. I've met with Mike, I've met with Jordan. They are outstanding people. I really do believe that. But we do have to take into consideration of the things that have gone on in the past, that the smell has been an issue. There are some health concerns, and we do have questions. So how much more time do I have left?
You're at just under a minute.
Beautiful. So to some of Herb's comments, what is the timeline between filter changes? I can't wait to hear some of that. Can we have someone from Holland Hills be a part of that third-party testing? Possibly volunteer, maybe not paid, but maybe that's a consideration for some of the Holland Hills residents. Why should we accept up to a 4-day business timeline to fix the problem? Maybe it gets fixed, maybe it doesn't. What happens? So I agree with with Greg, who just spoke before me. What are the consequences if those consequences? I mean, if those issues continue to rise with odor and possible health issues. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. And Patty, congratulations on your new grandson.
Thanks, Hutch.
Paul Zimmerman.
Thank you to the board. Thank you to the board. My name is Paul Zimmerman. I'm the farm manager at High Valley Farms. A lot of things that I wanted to say have been said. I agree with my buddy Hutch Hutchinson. I think he's a very reasonable and one of the best guys I've ever known in my life. I'm an anomaly in the business. Everybody thinks that this marijuana business is ghetto, and it's like some people that they're just burnouts and stuff. We have the most professional staff that I've ever worked with in my 27 years from graduating from CSU in nursery and greenhouse management. After I graduated from CSU, I worked with the Dutch company running the highest tech hydroponic greenhouse in the world, 2 million square feet. I've been in the industry for 27 years. I built a 100-acre nursery for a company in Fort Lupton, aquatic and wetland company. If anybody's qualified to tell you about the pride and the perseverance of these guys sitting right to my right, it's me. We have the best staff that I've ever seen in my life. And if everybody's talking about this odor thing, right? Our pride and perseverance is I wouldn't even allow anything to happen going forward, because, we hear about what we're doing with the water, what we're doing with the pesticides on our crops. We use organic pesticides. It's all Armory listed. It's the Organic Material Review Institute. We're very responsible. We're very much land stewards. I was concerned when I got to this company. I'm telling you what, when I smelled this odor and heard all this stuff on Roaring Fork skunk smell, hey, we care about it. My buddy Hutch lives up in Holland Hills. I care about him, but we've solved the issue. And everything that's happened in the past. I'm sorry that we've ruined some people's summers, but we're not the only grow in the area. But I'm proud to be a part of High Valley Farms, and I'm proud of everybody that we're probably the most, believe me, 27 years in the industry. This is the most educated staff that I've ever been with in all my career. The grow staff, we've got 5 people in our grow staff that are graduates from land-grant colleges. So we're not ghetto. We're responsible. We know what we're doing, And in any business, you stumble. We've heard it before. It's one of those things where you try things. I don't care if we tried 20 things before this hearing. We went to charcoal, and we got the charcoal thing working, and it's great. So there's no reason that we should not be in business. I totally agree with Hutch.
You're at 30 seconds left.
What's that? Thank you. I totally agree with Hutch and Mike and Jordan. We do have to self-monitor, but, we're going to be responsible to this community. We're not some ghetto organization. We're very prideful, and our perseverance is amazing. I just love working in this company. I've worked in bad companies in the past. This is nothing. These guys are the best. And if you guys want confidence that we're going to do the right thing, we are going to do the right thing. This charcoal filter is the right thing.
3 minutes.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, Sonny Stutzman Kittle.
And then who's going to be up next?
We don't have any others, then I'll call from the floor.
Hi, Sunny.
Hi, how are you? I'm Sunny Stutzman Kittle.
I would like to start with acknowledging all that you've done, Mr. Jordan, or Mr. Lewis, on your prowess and your integrity and the way everybody has extolled your virtue. And as another citizen in the community, I appreciate that you've done a lot for the well-being of the community and that you will continue to do so. But what hasn't been really mentioned a lot is what is happening to me while you're in this particular phase. We all appreciate that, you know, an industry has its beginnings, and that's a little bit tricky to negotiate and navigate, especially in this brand new industry. And we certainly all want to give credence to that. But what's happening? Well, Mr. Klein is saying, well, if there is an odor, and he is saying that we don't know what's going to happen to the condensation versus summer versus winter. All along this period of time, what occurs for me and a lot of other individuals in the immediate community is there are no people coming to look to buy our homes if we wish to sell. There is not any activity as far as real estate, and a robust real estate. So we have suffered first of all, the recession, and then once the recession started to just diminish somewhat, we had a chance to regain a positive position in the community, and this has done nothing but give us it's been a little bit of a dark cloud that looms for us. And so what I would like to say to you is I am sure that your license will be renewed, but I want you to consider that we don't like the experimentation. We don't really appreciate it as much as you might need for us to. And we would like for the commissioners to consider another point of view. Thank you.
Thanks, Sunny.
Thank you, Sunny. Okay, going back on the list, two people weren't in the room when I called their names. Steve Garcia and Josh Meacham. Are either of you here and wish to speak right now? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who did not sign up who wishes to speak? We'll start with.
I have a letter from a resident who's at work.
Okay, come up to here, and then state your name, and then you can present the letter to us.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Harold, and I am the Community Outreach Coordinator at High Valley Farms. I would like to read a letter from Kathleen Kuhlenberg. She is a renter in Holland Hills and is currently in contract on a home up there very recently. It's dated September 20th, to whom it may concern. I write this letter as a resident of Holland Hills. My family, myself, my husband, and our young baby has rented in the neighborhood for the past year. We have never smelled any odors at our home coming from High Valley Farms. We were out on our deck and in our yard daily, and occasionally we have smelled something while driving on the highway or turning into our neighborhood, but those odors have not been present or noticeable for the last 10 days. We live at the top of the street and often walk the trail that loops around and back up Hogland Ranch Road. And while walking, we have definitely noticed that there's a strong odor coming from at least one or home along the way. Recently, my husband and I made the decision to purchase a home in Holland Hills, and we are currently under contract. During our decision-making process and throughout negotiations, the presence of High Valley Farm was not even a consideration. It did not have any impact on the offers we made or our ultimate decision. We consider ourselves sophisticated buyers. My husband is a practicing attorney who does quite a bit of real estate work, and I am an attorney by trade but no longer practicing. And we did quite a bit of research on the market before making our ultimate decision to purchase. Please feel free to contact me with any questions or concerns directly. Sincerely, Kathleen Kuhlenberg. Would you like, this was submitted.
If you could give it to Jeanette over here.
Was it already part? I also have a second, but it's I don't know if you would like to read it or there's two.
Okay.
What, is that official?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Kim. You had your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to be quick and simple. My name is Bridget Ceballos, and I've lived in the valley for not very long, but I just wanted to say that everybody says it's about the odor, but it's a morality issue. But the thing is, marijuana is not going away. It's one of the biggest industries in Colorado, and it's definitely not going anywhere else, if not spreading to more places. And I think it would just set a bad example if we were to deny it, because it would just move somewhere else. I mean, look in Denver, there's plenty of grow operations right beside residential homes, and it's never been a problem. It's a morality issue. And the fact is, it's not going away, and it brings in more people than anything else other than skiing and snowboarding and anything. So I feel like it would be for your benefit you guys if you were to approve it, because it helps the industry, it helps the community, even though there are a few people that disagree. They're probably not going to be here within the next 40 years to say what's going to be there then. You know, I'm not trying to say anything, but things are always going to progress, and marijuana is not going away. It's just going to get ever bigger. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bridget.
Hello. I'm Adam Phillips, former High Valley Farms employee. Now I do marijuana consulting across the state. First of all, I'd like to say it's kind of ridiculous that I even got this far in the first place, but here we are. So that being said, it would be a travesty to not renew their license now, because they actually have a system in place that'll work. Activated charcoal is the industry standard. As someone that grew marijuana illegally in a non-legal state for a long time, I can bet my livelihood on carbon filters working. So I can just say, for a fact, it will work, and you should renew their license.
Thank you for your honesty.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Trejo. I grew up in this valley since 1995. 2 years ago, I graduated from the University of Colorado, and I've been working in excavation for the past 2 years. My father founded this company in 2005, and as a vendor, unlike many of the people that have spoken here today, I don't really have anything to gain from this. But I can say that working with High Valley Farms was really a pleasure. They were very professional in the way that they went about the construction phase. Attention to detail was placed where it needed to be. I believe that going forward, I don't doubt that the management process is also something that they meticulously pay attention to. I just wanted to basically state that I believe that you should consider renewing the license for High Valley Farms to continue doing business. And when I say this, I'm not trying to condemn the current homeowners of the area to unhappiness. I simply ask that you give High Valley Farms the opportunity to prove that the solution that they've invested so much into will work. Of course, a year from now we can see where things stand. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak? And is there anybody in the back room there who's watching on the remote TV who wishes to speak? You may come in here also.
And a few.
Did you? I'd like to say something.
She's coming up first, and then we'll get.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jessica Olson, and I am a scientist at Green Hill Laboratories in Carbondale. We're a certified marijuana testing facility for the state of Colorado. Obviously, I have to be impartial and not specifically endorse Mr. Lewis or his facility or business, and I don't even want to advocate for marijuana for that matter. Listening to this entire hearing this afternoon, what I would like to say is that for every person who undertakes a business in this industry, it's a matter of pioneering. It's a matter of trial and error. It's a matter of suffering and investing and working and hoping. And I guess if I do want to say something specific to Mr. Lewis's company and High Valley Farms, that all of our interactions with personnel from this facility have been top-notch professionalism. I certainly hope that you'll keep an open mind and realize the challenges that come with pioneering something that nobody else has done in human history, really, is taking this to recreational, legal, standard product for people to consume. So, something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Now you can come up.
can tell you, I'm chicken, okay? I'm not
That's
really good at
okay.
talking in front of people.
Hey,
but
we're friendly up here.
My name is Sue Truex, okay? And I just want to mention, I worked for the Northrop Defense Division for 14 and a half years. And when you start anything new, you have to learn, you have to tweak it. We called it tweaking. I can talk now, but I worked for radar systems in like the F-15 fighters, the stealth bomber, all that stuff. I'm allowed to talk now because the period of time's gone. But when you have a business like Jordan has, you're going to start out at a low level. And as things progress, you tweak them. This particular company, no one's given them a chance. They just put the system in. It's working. People have to give them the opportunity to prove that it's going to work. Just like we did with all of our bombers and all that stuff, the radar jammers. I worked with that stuff. We were able to do it. It worked, okay? This is one of the best companies I've ever worked for as far as, I'm getting all funny because I'm scared. But everybody respects everybody. Everybody works as a team. It's remarkable. I have never had the opportunity to work for a company where people are happy. And it's not because people smoke pot. No, I'm just saying, it's true. It's not because they smoke. It's because of the environment. It's because I have a boss that I walk into my office in the morning and says, "Good morning, thank you." Or you leave at night and he says, "Thank you for working there." To have a company like that is very rare. And I'm talking every day that man is there. He says, "Thank you." Okay, this company needs the opportunity to grow, to prove to everybody that things are going to work. Northrop did it. I worked for them for 14 and a half years. You guys have to give these guys a chance. I mean, Jordan has a system in there that's working. Give them a chance, okay? I mean, our jets wouldn't fly. We wouldn't be
We're at 30
like
seconds.
in a stealth mode anywhere if someone didn't give our government a chance to tweak a motherboard or anything else to make the stealth bomber. It went down because we couldn't get the funding at the end, but it was working. You know, it was remarkable seeing that thing fly. So,
Okay, you need to wrap it up, please.
oh, I'm sorry. So all I'm saying is please give them an opportunity because it's going to work. Give them a try. You know, really.
All right, thank
Because
you
if
very
you
much.
don't, it's not going to. You know.
Thank you very much.
My name's Merlin. I've been coming to Aspen for 12 years, and I'm not a resident. Don't have any real reason to say anything, but I would say this. I've been a customer of Silver Peak for a couple of years now, and I think they're a very good company. And they treat their employees well, I believe, and I know they treat the customer fairly. And I think they'll be a good neighbor and be a good neighbor in the future. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Anton Pokras. I'm an employee at High Valley Farms, and I just wanted to touch up on some points that were not made when, the residents are expressing concerns about health. While the actual odor may be, a health issue and we've solved it, I wanted to touch up on the actual sustainability of our product. Whereas some facilities, like Paul said, might be ghetto and have very poor product, our mold counts that we test with Green Hill are the best possible rating in the whole state. And our product is quality controlled throughout the whole process, and we keep very good measures installed to make sure that we provide the most sustainable product to our customers. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
John?
Steve, just for your consideration, our first two speakers were not given the same amount of time. At your discretion, they may or may not want to finalize their comments.
I was going to see if there's anybody else first. Nancy, come up to the table here, please.
Nancy Booth, I live off of Highway 82. I just wanted to say that
I'm sorry, you have to sit down because the speaker has to pick it up for the TV. Sorry.
This room is overflowing in here. I went to the back room. There was terrible consideration back there by the employees of the company. And I thought that was very rude. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Picard. I'm a very close neighbor to High Valley Farms. I actually live on the property. And I got to tell you that whether someone's in favor of marijuana or not, I understand that there have been smell, odor issues, and I actually helped to participate in taking readings after being trained with the odor ranger. So you may have seen me around the neighborhood in Holland Hills. But I think the thing that I really want to share with you today is that I'm an aunt. I moved to Colorado to help take care of my family's children after they lost their dad, my brother. And this summer I had the opportunity to, I'm trying really hard not to host my niece from Virginia, who's 14 years old, at the property. And my brother and my sister-in-law were there as well. I would not have, I teach ethics on the side as a consultant. I was in human resources for 30 years, and part of that time was in public safety. I would not have exposed my brother, who has addiction issues. I would not have exposed my sister-in-law, who was there with my 14-year-old niece, her daughter, if I had thought for 1 second that there was a problem for my 14-year-old niece. I just want you to know that I'm in favor and in support of you approving renewing the license for High Valley Farms Cooper Mason Ventures. And I plan to host my niece and nephew in Fort Collins, who are both 14 and 12 years old, sometime this fall, and look forward to doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Brandon Marion and Kent Schuler, do either of you wish to speak any more, because you did get cut off, and we apologize for that. We've tweaked our system and it's working better now.
I was
That was good, Steve.
just to sum up, we've been through presentations in the past, and we've had promises, and we're here again today. 8 days before, a new system appeared and a new situation. 8 days is not enough. Everybody would probably understand that. But at the same time, there has to be some major consequences going forward, because this could happen again. We don't know. There's some answers to questions that won't be answered here today that are important. But we just really need to make those considerations and really wade through what is going on, because it's similar kicking the can down the road, which we've been through before. And now we have the winter coming up, cold months, different kind of temperature. All these things are different, and these variables. We went through a long summer, and it wasn't good. And just want that to be known. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. And Brandon?
Thanks again. So I just want to say that I've listened to everyone, and I don't wish anybody any harm. I don't wish anybody any sort of a contest of disagreement or anything, and it really does boil down to the odor issue. And so I just try to look at it from the perspective of how do you solve that? And so I guess my comments really just come to that. I don't envy any of you for having to decide what smells good and what doesn't. Some people like roses, some people don't. Some people like waffle cones. I guess everybody likes waffle cones. But anyway, so all I would say as just my sort of 2 cents in the matter is that, similar to what the environmental engineer said, there's just no objective test to this. And so I would say, similar to how there are noise standards that can be tested and measured, that really what needs to happen is there just needs to be a test that comes up that says this is an acceptable level of smell. And then there's no arbitraries, there's no disagreement, there's no I don't like you, I don't like pot, I don't like this, I like that, I don't like different things. I think it just, if it could be brought down to some sort of a test that everyone could agree to was a fair and equitable test, then it would be easy to administer. And then even all the monitoring would just say, look, we're meeting our levels, it's fine. We didn't start construction before 7:30 or whatever the regulations are in town. And so I would just urge you to come up with a way to monitor it, test it, rule on it, and that sort of thing. That would be my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so last chance for anyone in the audience who wishes to speak who hasn't had a chance here.
My name is Ariana Gonzalez. I work for Silver Peak. I run their trim room. This industry is not just helping, like, their odors and stuff problems. It's also helping our schools, our economy. Like, we all have kids here. I mean, I have a child. It's going to help our school. A lot of these people, I agree with Bridget, a lot of us won't be here in 40 years. You know, we're not going to know what's going to happen. But our schools will, like our kids, more generations will. It's helping them. It's going to help everybody out. So it's not just about what they're smelling, their headaches. Like, if you try it a little bit, it may even help your headaches. So try it out. It'll help you. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Iola. Okay, anybody else?
I guess I'll say something. My name is Philip Gibbs, and I've been working at High Valley Farms since April. And I'm 38. I've been in the workforce for decades now, and I've had a lot of jobs where I've felt exploited and I've been unhappy. And I was really grateful when I started working for these folks. They're really kind and understanding. Right off the bat, right after I started working there, I had to let them know that I had, for personal reasons, had to spend time with my family. They never batted an eye, and that is, to me, really remarkable in this day and age. And I won't even comment on other employers I've had, but I've just been really grateful to these guys for running an amazing ship. And I've personally, I mean, for what it's worth, scrutinized these filters myself and read as much and learned as much as I can, and I'm totally convinced that it's going to work. And I just, one more person asking that I really hope you'll renew our license. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, any more? Last chance for the public hearing, and I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board at this time. Rachel?
Steve, I'm going to say this quite frankly. We've been sitting here for almost 3 hours. I think we should take a 5-minute break, be able to use the restroom, and come back to our deliberations.
Thank you, Rachel.
Good idea, Bob. Okay, welcome back to the hearing on the High Valley Farms marijuana grow facility. We just finished the public hearing process, and now it's back on the commissioner's table. Questions and comments? George?
I'll start. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming this afternoon and presenting us with your comments and your concerns and your questions. It's all been very helpful. I think we had about 33, 34 people that spoke. You were all respectful of each other. You were all very well spoken as well. I was very impressed. So I want to thank you for that. You know, how did we get here today? That was one of the questions, or why are we here today? Well, this license for the applicant is an annual license. And in fact, if it gets approved today, it will have to be, his license will be up in a year from today. It's an annual license. It's not an ongoing guaranteed type of business approval, which is a little bit different. The license is based on conditions that were set by the Board of County Commissioners several years ago, and we went through a very long, arduous public process in terms of coming up with guidelines and regulations for what was at that time and still is a fairly new industry. My concerns at that time were that we should have waited as a community and not jumped into this and been the first ones, because there were then and there still are very many unknowns in terms of where this industry is going and what are the impacts that it has. And so we're seeing that and hearing that today, and we've heard that over the last several months. One of the main, in fact, the only, for me, and I think actually for the rest of the board, the only condition that we're really here to discuss that the applicant has not met to date is the issue in terms of being able to mitigate the odor. So, as has been expressed by several people, this industry is sort of in a trial and error basis. And with the applicant, with High Country Farms, for the last 6-7 months, that's exactly what they've been doing. They've been doing sort of a trial and error, trying to come up with a system that would mitigate the odor. And I would applaud them for their efforts. The issue for me, as someone else stated, has nothing to do with the integrity of the owners, their management ethics, or their caring for their workers at all. The issue here is being able to address one of those conditions, which is the odor. And so if this board were to approve this license for the next year, what would be the conditions to be able to have that operation continue? Well, to me, it would be the same conditions that the operation has been under since it was first issued, the license, and that was to be able to mitigate the odors. They haven't been able to do this yet. And so to try to impose another condition on if we were to renew this license, how would the board do that? Would the board stand strong and say, well, if the odor were able to persist, would the board say, well, at that point, should we suspend the license? I suggested that about a month and a half ago when the last system failed. It's been a very hard, it has been a hardship, not for many of you in this room that have spoken in favor of the operation, but for the residents who live in and around. And so what is offensive to one person in terms of an odor may not be for someone else. It is very subjective, but it's real for that person, and it's real for that family, and it's real for that neighborhood. So we can't discount that at all. We have to respect that they are being impacted negatively in their homes, in their lifestyles. And so how do we address that? And I'm not sure, actually. We've had conditions for the last several months. Up to this point, the conditions have not been met. And the board has sort of let the operation continue to try to address. It may be that High Country Farms has come up with a solution. I don't know. It's only been, as someone said, it's only been 8 days. And it's only been based on one greenhouse. Even though that greenhouse has been filled to capacity, it's still only been 25% of the potential facility. And so we don't know when the entire facility comes up to speed if there's going to be sort of an aggregate effect that would be negative. There's no way of knowing. I understand that each of the greenhouses will be operating independently, but even though they're operating independently, there still may be a cumulative smell, an odor coming from each of them that will be a negative factor. So how do we go forward? We've heard several different suggestions, and one from the applicant that they want to go through a step-by-step process, slowly add on to their production and give it a few weeks to test to see whether it's been successful. That may be well as a path to go forward. But what if it doesn't? What if it doesn't work? Then do we as a board, will we be able to make a decision that at some point, if it is not going to work, that we would have to suspend or pull the license? And that's going to be a hard decision, but I think we have an obligation not only to the owners of the business or to those who work there, but to the residents of Pitkin County. So I haven't got any solutions at this point. I'm just going to pose some of my concerns as this discussion goes forward.
Steve, can I? I'm just going to make some general comments. Having recently spent some time in the Denver area, it's going to hit you in the face that there's some unintended consequences of the passing for the legalization of recreational marijuana and grow sites in the Denver area. But also, driving on I-70, you smell it. Even though people are not supposed to drive and smoke marijuana, you smell it. Another unintended consequence. It's amazing. Maybe I just have more of a marijuana nose than others. You can smell it a lot driving, say, by Planet Earth. Not it's coming from Planet Earth, but that stretch of Highway 82, and a car passes you. You can pick up the odor of marijuana in many places throughout the community. This is not to negate the fact that the residents, some of the residents at Holland Hills, really feel impacted by what they are thinking is just coming from across the street. I think there are probably other sources, be it on the highway with people passing by, or other legal grow areas in the community, be them caregivers who, it's my understanding, can grow 99 plants, or individuals who can grow, adults who can grow 6 plants of their own. That could be a cumulative of 30 plants in one household with 6 adults. I don't know what the specific situations are in Holland Hills or throughout this valley, but I know there's marijuana being grown in a lot of environments throughout the community, and it's being smoked in places that are probably not following the law. So I think it's a difficult task. It is. I agree with George. We have a difficult task in front of us. How do we move forward with this? And I think with very specific conditions, if we choose to move forward with a reissuance of this license, and with, I don't think it's a fine or a slap on the wrist, but some real consequences. And I myself truly believe that the applicant can meet those conditions. And from what I saw with my site visit, and from what I didn't smell, I really believe that the system that's in fact now for the greenhouses that are up and running does work. And so I think as they gear up with the next greenhouses, if we move forward with the next greenhouse 2 and greenhouse 4, we'll need to have some very specific conditions as to the gearing up of this grow process.
Rachel?
Thank you, Steve. As George has said, and others, thanks everybody for coming in today and speaking to us. And thank you for the respectful manner. I think that perhaps more important than anything else when a community has divisive issues, it is to remember to treat each other with respect and some understanding. We've all been in different situations where circumstances were not going our way or decisions weren't, and yet there's other things we always need to unite on as a community the very next day, the very next issue. My observations, I see that High Valley Farms and Jordan Lewis have taken the concerns that our board has put forward in the past quite seriously. You know, perhaps we should have come down sooner in a stronger way, but I do think their efforts at repeated systems, even before the last hearing, shows their good faith. And there is always a challenge with almost any development or any change in our communities of remediation and mitigation. The issues that have been raised, you know, I'd just like to speak to a couple of those briefly, but there's really no test out there for the odor and the discharge of diesel engines either. And that if you want to test diesel trucks that seem to be polluting up and down the roadway, you have to get someone who's a specialist from the state who visually can tell the opacity of can you see through the exhaust at a certain level to tell if a diesel engine's over its limits. So a lot of things that we try to measure and maintain and control impacts are a little bit subjective and are very tough to measure. We hope to see that improve in the future, and certainly I would see us as open and welcome new technology as it comes forward for monitoring. I also am thinking a little bit of the county when we switched to single stream recycling, and we had a lot of issues to work out. Were they dumping the facilities frequently enough? Was trash blowing around? Did they reopen a facility mid-valley? And it certainly is not a great analogy. There's probably a few more, but of working out the bugs, of making things work over time. And, you know, if we had suspended the license 6 weeks ago or so in that previous hearing, the issue would not have been resolved in the sense of moving forward with this industry anywhere else in Colorado, anywhere else in the county. We would not have known, can you solve it? Can it be treated? Or what a carbon filter could do. And I want to make a few observations. I'm sorry if they're not in great sequence here. We have read many emails and many letters prior to this hearing, as well as the testimony here. And again, appreciate all those comments. And I want to make it clear through conversations, discussions I've had with the attorney, we can revoke or modify a permit at any time. And so should it be issued for another year, that doesn't mean that it's a wait for a year to modify the terms and conditions of that, suspend it, revoke it, or things like that. So I wanted to make sure that people are aware that those are the recourses that we know we have at our disposal. The site visit, I think, was very informative, at least for myself, to see that there is a backup power generator that should the electric system fail from Holy Cross, you have capacity, that there's a backup fan ready to be installed if it breaks, that there are backup filters, and a commitment to a regular maintenance and replacement program. I guess at a certain level, I'm sitting here saying, is the issue about fixing the problem, correcting the problem, or punishing the owners of this facility for their failures so far? And I don't think that there's a lot to be gained by saying, here you go, you're out of business. That's your punishment. You didn't make it. Your first 2 tries didn't make it. I think it's about correcting the problem. And I would like to see you be a successful neighbor in this community, in this immediate neighborhood. If we're not able to get there, then I will move to take some of those other actions with this board's concurrence, of course, to revoke or further modify the renewal. I think that we should vote to renew today. I think that we need the commitments that have been made verbally about balancing the loads will make a huge difference to not overload. And it was a failure of your original process, a failure of your original plan to have a full greenhouse blooming and flowering at one time. You know, that was just too much for probably any system to manage. But I think that if it's down to 1/3 of the load flowering in any greenhouse at any time, the actual flowering, not the getting ready to flower component, it should be containable. It should be mitigatable. And I can agree with the procedure that was described to ramp up. And I am thinking about the commitment to a third-party monitoring program. I think the comment that should a Holland Hills neighbor be able to volunteer and go along with that would be really helpful. I think that that's a good idea. I can't remember who exactly had suggested that. But I think that that way we'll hear if the neighbor says, hey, I'm smelling something, but the third-party monitor says he's not. And if there's a conflict between that two, we can work towards that. I need to really have further discussions with our attorney of what those terms and conditions of agreeing to a third-party monitoring program would be. I would not want it to any way infringe or impinge on the ability of this board to be able to take corrective action. Even if that third-party monitor said, we've never seen a problem at all, but we're hearing problems over here, I don't want that to be a abrogation of the responsibility at the table. And so, again, we're all going to have comments here. I want to ask John the question. He can respond later, perhaps after or during further discussion. But would we be able to renew the permit today and then have it subject to a third-party monitoring program to be agreed to by the Board of County Commissioners and the applicant, so that we wouldn't have to have the details of that full contract at this point in time. And that if we were not able to reach agreement, then the license would not be in effect, or that would be a condition, a contingency of the contract. So that way they wouldn't have a contract that goes forward because they didn't agree to aspects of the monitoring program we wanted. It would be the monitoring program goes forward as the board says, or else there's no license. So I'm looking to a contingency on that, because in the time allotted, I don't think we would really be able to assure all the appropriate components of a monitoring program. So those are my general comments. The one thing I did say at the site visit, and perhaps it does bear more investigation, is the concept of a closed loop. I asked, is it possible to even perhaps further enclose those carbon filters into a room, or and filter the filtered air? Is that a next step that may be necessary? And perhaps being enclosed like that would be a way to deal with even the potential of a condensate problem. I don't know if there would be, there wouldn't be, but that would keep the temperatures a little more solid in that area and be a fourth line of defense, if you were. So I also want to say I appreciate George's comments. I think he's really saying, you know, what happens in the future if this fails to live up to standards, and it's clearly time to fish or cut bait. And so I appreciate that you're pretty much throwing everything you have at it, at the problem. But today's hearing is not the end of making sure that it's working. And if it's not working, it will be time for this board to cut bait. Thank you.
Steve, can I just tag on to just real quick? Some of the points, I didn't get into any of the specific points because I was planning to do that later, which I'm doing now. I do have a concern about the condensation, and I think that's something we'll really need to monitor closely. And I know that you do grow different varieties of plants in the same house, because people were asking if the smells are different, which they probably are, but I think that was one of the issues that came up. Wastewater was an issue, and maybe you can answer that. I mean, I know that you use herbicide, you don't use pesticides that are harmful to the environment. Is there wastewater disposal issues, as someone mentioned in the audience today? That's a question I'd like to have answered. And I think the gearing up again will mean, you know, maybe we should get to a specific point of gearing up where it comes back to the board and we evaluate again before we gear up to full operating capacity. Mm-hmm. But I agree with Rachel that we should move forward with the reissuance of the license, and that we should have specific conditions, and maybe we need to work those out in a further meeting in the next 10 days or 2 weeks or something. I don't know what the time frame could be. For coming up with a very specific monitoring program, maybe expanding it to 7 days a week for the first, 3 months, so that we have full operating capacity issues that are addressed.
I just want to thank everybody for this meeting. We don't often, in fact, we never get a crowd this big, and that the crowd was well spoken. And I can remember my first public hearing. It was at my fraternity house in 1968, and the house I was in had the reputation for smoking too much dope, or actually smoking dope at all, I guess. And the dean of students came over and addressed us, and we addressed him. And I had my turn, and I sort of went, "Hey, man, I mean, and that was my first effort at public speaking, and it was a complete. The fraternity brothers came up after and thanked me for ruining their chances. But thank you for being here and spending the afternoon with us. This is what local government's about. This is about controlling your fate and your neighborhoods, and I really appreciate the effort that people put forward, so thank you very much.
I agree. Thank you.
I think that, my feeling is the most difficult problem here is how do you repay Holland Hills for a lost summer? How do you give back that summer? That summer of not being able to go outside. How do you do it? That's the problem I think that I'm not sure we can solve. But we have to recognize that there was a lost summer at Holland Hills. There was a lost summer. And summers here are special. They're short, brief, and excellent. And it was ruined for an entire neighborhood. Well, I don't know. That's a tough question I don't have the answer to. In terms of going forward, it seems to me that we have, I would suggest, a staged procedure. So you have one house come online, which already is, another house come online in 30 days, another house come online in the 30 days after that, and a monitoring program. I can't agree with the third party because it's really not a third party. If it's paid by Holland Hills, that's not a third party. We don't really have a Blue Beret UN kind of contingent that can patrol up and between warring parties, and the Blue Berets haven't done a good job anyway. They haven't been successful. So I think my feeling is we use our environmental health person, and then we require internal monitoring, and we compare the two. So that's what I would do. And at any point, I think the idea of revocation can come up, and that's the risk that Jordan and his company accepted when they started this thing. They knew that risk. They knew that this was tenuous at best. And what's been proven here is that they've, even in spite of that tenuous foundation for their business, they've decided to run a business above board with transparency and with concern for their workers. And I really do believe, in spite of this lost summer, that they have concern for their neighborhood too. So I think if we structure it right and have a slow beginning, ramp it up, that's the way to proceed. And there's probably more details, but that in general is the way I would go, quite frankly, for renewal.
Before I do my comments, there were several questions posed, and I would like to get at least a partial answer. One has to do with the wastewater. How much wastewater is there coming out of the greenhouses, and if there is any, what happens to it?
So, Steve, I don't have that answer at my fingertips right now. We can certainly provide that information when we circle back with Kurt in the near future. The system is designed to capture everything that comes out of the greenhouse into a holding tank, and from there it can either be recycled or it can be disposed of depending on what our needs are.
Can I clarify? Are you saying you don't have the exact amount of water at your fingertips right now, but
Yes.
you do know what happens to the water?
Yes.
And so how is it recycled? And
It gets collected into a holding tank, and from there we can reuse it, or we can dispose of it the same way you would if you had your septic system at your house pumped out.
so you call a pumping company?
We have that option, yep.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't, it's completely separate from our septic system.
And it's not dumped into the ground, it's not dumped into the river?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Are there different varieties that put out more terpene smell than others, and that you're aware of?
Yeah, I mean, there's genetic differences, and absolutely, some smell like fruit, and some smell like cinnamon. I mean, this plant has been so intensely bred that there are all sorts of differences between strains.
So, do you keep track of how smelly different varieties are that you have?
There's no quantifiable or easily quantifiable way to do that. So the answer is no. I mean, the answer is no.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
But I think the question was phrased before, were you growing an extra low scent variety when we did our site visit?
So, Rachel, just to put that in perspective, the cycle from beginning to end is about 16 weeks. We don't have that, but even if we did, that process would have had to start about 5 months ago.
And there was multiple varieties.
Yeah,
in the greenhouse we visited.
Yes, we have over 30 different varieties, and part of this process of getting the facility up and running is that you cycle through different strains to see how they perform in that environment. So we've already cycled through 50 or so different strains, and at the end of the day, to run an operation like this efficiently, we're probably going to be at about 25 or so.
Thank you.
Finally, it was mentioned the use of an odor ranger to detect odors. Could you describe what the odor ranger is, and is it an objective thing, or is it a subjective kind of a contraption?
At the end of the day, it's subjective because it still relies on the human nose. So what it does is it allows a different amount, a concentration of outside air to come through the filter. It's got like different sized holes, and you calibrate that. You calibrate your nose with a base compound that sort of neutralizes it, and then you breathe through the nasal ranger. So at the end of the day, even when you're dealing with labs, the way that the gold standard for odor testing is a human panel. They've got trained experts that literally they'll collect air samples, bag it, send it to a lab, and you've got a human being sitting there smelling it. There is nothing. That's the best technology to date. So.
Okay. All right, getting back to my personal feelings. When we approved this last year, we knew that growing marijuana in a greenhouse was a new thing. Everybody else was growing it underground, in their garages, in their closets, different things like that. Then in warehouses, which are an incredible amount of energy consumption, cause lots of fires and other problems. And you were willing to go out on the limb and say, you know, it should be grown in a greenhouse where you can use solar energy for part of the growing process for the marijuana, and I appreciate that. It was like you're trying something new and better, which I think will, you know, become more of the standard for other growers around the country. And obviously, when you try something new, it doesn't always work without some bumps in the road. And for one thing, you didn't think the carbon filter system would work on a greenhouse operation because of the huge volume of air that would have to go through it as in a typical greenhouse. So that's, I take it, why you went to these other systems which were supposed to work, and then we all found out they didn't work. So I appreciate that this is like cutting edge technology, and there are bumps in the road to end up making it work right. There is a lot of literature stating, and I'll quote one. This was sent by Patrick McAllister, who sent a big long letter to us, really in opposition to your operation. And in the material he sent, it includes a sentence: the most common way of eliminating odor is by pulling odorous air through a carbon filter. That's what everybody, that's what people are using. That's what's been successful other places. And so I'm not at all surprised that in a couple weeks' time it's worked on your operation. All you had to do is figure out how to make it work on the greenhouse, and you have to have, a lot of elaborate mechanical stuff to make that work. So I think you are using the technology now. It's been proven other places. It's maybe not perfect. The whole industry is changing and evolving, and probably will be improving with new ways to make that work. One way to make it work might be eventually you could take the air coming out of the carbon filters, run it through a heat exchanger, and put the air back in, somehow put the air back into the greenhouse, put cooler air back into the greenhouse, and dump the heat out into the atmosphere. That could be another improvement sometime down the road. So I'm in favor of approving this for another year with very strict conditions. And that's one of the words one of the people used. And some of the conditions I would propose would be that a greenhouse could not have plants in it unless it had an operable carbon filtration system on it. If the system goes down and you can't get it fixed within a day, you'd have to move the plants out of there, or move the mature plants out of there. The younger ones, we were in the room, there's no odor from the younger plants that I could detect at all. I would put on a condition that you have to have multi-age groups in each greenhouse. That's just the standard how you have to operate it. And I would say at least a third of being the young plants, the medium plants, and then the mature flowering plants that are getting ready for harvest would be the most that could be in any one greenhouse. If the odor returns, I'm worried about next summer when it gets really hot. And if the odor returns then, you have to have in place systems for cooling the greenhouses, or just putting the sunshade, closing them up so they stay cool and you don't have to blow the air out if that's what it takes to not blow the air out. If in fact it turns out to be start smelling during the hot weather. I would like an independent verification system. I think just driving by on the highway is not sufficient for that. I think somebody should be getting out of their vehicle at the grow operation, over in Holland Hills, over in across the river in the Roaring Fork Club, and not doing it just once a day, but several times a day to really make sure. So they might drive to different location, get out of the car and then smell, but driving by, if the wind's blowing a little different direction, you don't smell it. But if you went on down the highway a little bit, maybe the smell is there on that particular day. So I think that's more important than who does it as to how it's done. We just need a little more rigorous testing. And I would say do it for the whole next year, and then if there's no problems for a whole year, then that's when we could loosen that restriction in the future. And I would ask for periodic meetings between you and the board at 3, 6, and 9 months. Just check in to see how the system's working and to see if there's any, if there are any problems and what progress you have made, what's been observed by people. So I would put that also as a condition. Patty?
Well, Steve, it's not that I don't agree with the basics of your conditions. I think that needs further discussion. So we can do something that's actually workable for all sides. I mean, having somebody there multiple times a day that's a third party, and I think those are things we need to sit down and discuss at another time. But put it in as a condition of this approval that we will do that. Come up with an agreed upon monitoring program. And as far as, I think we've been very clear already about, if you want to agree with that condition, about varying the age of the plants per greenhouse. I think that's something that I think we can move forward with. I can't remember your other, and I agree with your point about we should have meetings for this next year set up ahead of time so we can just touch base if there's any issue, how things are working, if there's issues with the neighborhood. And we do need to be very diligent with the changes in the weather, both for the exhaust system, the condensation, if any issues with freezing of air issues, and the heat in the summer. I think those will be times when we need to really get down to being very, very, very diligent. And what Michael said about the long summer for the neighbors, I agree. And also I agree with, we don't want this to be a continued experimentation process for those of you who live there. And I did not get a chance to say it, so I'm going to say it now, that I really do thank the people in this audience and the applicant and staff for all the hard work that's gone into this and trying to make something work out of something that's it's evolving. And it's difficult, and I think we're headed in the right direction, if not there. So that's what I would have to say, and I'm hoping that someone will make a motion to incorporate. I think Rachel's been making notes.
George?
Well, I guess I have a problem with some of these. Steve, you talk about whether there's been bumps in the road. Well, the bumps in the road have come at the expense of the residents, not only in Holland Hills, but I've gotten phone calls from other subdivisions in the area. And so until we can see that a solution is deemed successful, I want to make sure that we're not continuing to use our residents as guinea pigs to get to that point. So when you come to conditions, the conditions should be you either have mitigated the odor and you can go forward, or you have not been able to mitigate the odor, and you shut it down. I mean, it's as simple as that. And so to try to put conditions on that a greenhouse has to have a third, well, I don't really care about that. I mean, all I care about is has the odor been mitigated? If they can mitigate it with having all the greenhouses full, great. If they can't mitigate it unless they only use one greenhouse, that's fine, but that's the issue. So how they come about that, that's their problem. And I don't think we need to meet with them periodically because if there's an issue, if the odor is not being mitigated and we hear about it, we should make an action and not have another discussion and put the homeowners at risk again while they come up with another solution. So I'm hoping this solution will work, but it's a hope, right? It's a new system. It's still sort of an experiment. It's not tried and true because it's a new industry, and this is a new way to approach it. So how do we do that in a condition? Well, the condition needs to be, I think a phasing is one way to do it. And so Jordan's got one greenhouse up with his carbon filters. You have two greenhouses up. I would say let's wait 30 days before any additional greenhouses go up and see how that works. And then put the third greenhouse up, give them 30 days, make sure there's not a cumulative effect. If that works, great, and then go by that. I mean, Michael, that was Michael's suggestion. I agree with that. Let's make it very incremental, allow enough time in between to really make sure that it's a tried and true system. In terms of having a third party sort of help test the waters or smell, I have a problem using our staff. I think Kurt Dahl probably has enough on his plate without having to spend X amount of time down in Holland Hills. That doesn't make sense to me at all in terms of our staff. You know, our staff is stretched to the limits. We run a pretty tight operation here, and so to utilize Kurt or another staff member, I can't support that. So, I think if we're going to approve this, if the board's going to approve this renewal license, we need to have some hard conditions that everyone is comfortable with, and I don't know that we can wait and figure this out in 10 days from now. I mean, this is like a land use issue, right? And we don't say, well, let's think about this and we'll come back with some conditions. So all I'm saying, Patty, is if we want to make a motion, we need to have some, for me to vote on it, I'm going to have some conditions in place right now.
Well, let me clarify. I didn't say we'll make up our minds in 10 days, George. I said we move it forward with the condition of monitoring. We work out the specific details of the monitoring. I don't think we can do that right now today with who's going to pay for what, how many days, how many hours. If you want to spend the time to do that right now, I think it would be better managed setting up another meeting where we approve specific conditions today, and then some of them will need to have specific details attended to. And we do that in land use applications.
Thank you, Steve. I understand what you're saying, George, and I think you are correct as well. We will often approve a land use, say, with a conservation easement, the details of which to be mutually agreed upon by the applicant and our attorney and our board in the future, but that there would be terms and conditions. So I do think that's possible. Michael has expressed a concern related about, whose third-party person is it if the applicant is paying for it. And I do think that can be resolved similar to an environmental impact statement type of process where when the ski company is going in for an environmental NEPA statement, they pay the federal government pays the contractor, and it truly becomes a third-party arrangement. It's not a check from Silver Peak to the monitor. It goes to Picken County, and then Picken County would be hiring and dispersing the funds to pay the person. So I think you can maintain the arm's length distance necessary to have credibility. And I do agree with George's comment about Kurt's time. I think he'll be involved in this no matter what, continuing and going forward, and perhaps verifying the monitor's reports and things like that. In our wisdom, when we created the fees for application and then renewal, it was $3,000 for application and $1,500 for renewal. It probably won't cover a lot of staff time at that rate, and we may have set those a little low when we were working out issues. I agree with the concept of either periodic meetings with the board or an update to the board. I would think quarterly would be sufficient. And, given that we're supposed to be out of this room at 4 o'clock, I'm going to make a motion and see if there's any second, and after that point, see if there's any amendments that we would add to strengthen it if I didn't capture everything. I would move to approve the application for renewal for the Cooper Mason Ventures LLC, doing business as Silver Peak Apothecary, which I can't pronounce, with the conditions that should there be a system breakdown that is not immediately repairable, the plants in that greenhouse would have to be moved within 24 hours into a greenhouse that is working, that there is a balanced load in the greenhouses of flowering versus immature plants, as has been represented in this meeting, and that the applicant will positively address the issues of winter condensate and summer temperatures impacts on the odor mitigation system, that this would be periodic meetings with the Board of County Commissioners quarterly to update on problems and debrief any issues we've had. At that time, board can choose to take action as necessary, and that the applicant agrees to work through the details and sign a mutually agreeable monitoring program agreement with the county.
Can I ask Rachel?
I don't know if there's a second yet.
I'll second it.
What would you think about in terms of the phasing? You didn't have that in your
Okay.
motion. So 30 days in between each greenhouse to ensure that the system is working and it's not.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment, that the operations of the greenhouse from its current situation today be phased back up to full use with one greenhouse per 30 days coming back online.
Rachel, I'm sorry. That defeats the purpose, because in order to get that stagger,
with the growing cycles, you had suggested 3 weeks. Other people had thrown out 30 days. Is it all right to make that a 3-week phase-up cycle?
No, I think there's a point of clarification here. I think
our
it's.
attorney has his question.
Okay.
Do you want to have an absolute time, like a portion or all of a greenhouse, or do you want, an interval, or do you want to relate it to the flowering of the actual plants? If the plant is growing for some period of time in a vegetative state before it flowers and produces an odor, then that's the testing point, is when it becomes a flowering plant, I think.
I guess I was thinking it's when the system is testing through that it's no odor in each of the individual greenhouses.
Could we include details
I'm looking
of
for
that?
suggestions on language.
Right.
Yeah, so help
Well,
us.
I'd like to suggest that maybe we treat that like the mutual agreement on the monitoring program, so that we can get, because there's a lot of details and somewhat science to help decide whether it's 3 weeks or 30 days, and there's significant differences between them.
Let me ask my colleagues on the board if this motion were amended to say that only the current 2 greenhouses, the one with the full ventilation system and the one with the mother plants and the clones, can be used until there is a agreement between the applicant and the board for a phase up of full operations with the obvious odor check for each greenhouse before it's allowed to go into production.
You can't check
I'm just trying to check with my board now. I'm trying to figure out the wording of that. Michael seemed to have a comment.
Well, I have problems with the motion, mainly because it's so specific, and because I think really what we're trying to do here is, I don't want to become an expert grower. I have other things to do. What I don't want, I know what I don't want, which is any odor. Mm-hmm. So I think we have to you know, the more specific we get, the more we sound like growers, and the less we sound like a regulatory body, which is what we want to be. And we want to regulate to the benefit of the community, not just Jordan, but the neighborhood and the rest of Pickens County. So I think it's more about there shall be no orders, and the administration of that greenhouse shall be primarily up to Jordan not to have orders. So that's what because I think if we keep it general, that's much better. In terms of your suggestion for setting up a monitoring system, that's fine with me. I like that, and I think we have to have that. Meetings, I think we have to have that. But and my reason for phasing was essentially a punitive reason. Listen, I'm not going to let these guys go back into business after a lost summer. They're going to go back to business on an incremental basis, and that'll prove to me that they can actually meet the standards of no odor. And that's what I want. So,
well, Michael, could you describe the phasing that are you saying we shouldn't have phasing in the motion?
I think we should have phasing.
Okay,
I think there should be phasing, but and
I
don't really care if it doesn't meet Jordan's specifications. What I'm worried about is it meets my specifications and the community's specifications. So 30 days is fine with me, and a 30-day increment thereafter is fine with me. But if there's any more discussion of odor by the community, I need to know. I agree with George. Mm-hmm. There's a revocation ready to be granted, and I just don't want to have to put the neighborhood through 90-day renewals of this thing. I've just had it.
I agree with what both you and George have said, and I've just been trying to
right.
capture.
And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you my point of view. I think the main thing is there shall not be any odor at this operation.
Excuse me, Jordan would like to just provide some input on the 24 hours to move plants and the phasing. I think it would, if he may.
But wait a minute. No, wait a minute.
Wait.
Or this is a discussion amongst the board, and I appreciate you guys having some input. But right now, we need to have a robust discussion amongst us, and I'm not going to without letting anybody else speak here. I don't think you guys should.
Well,
speak.
he has factual information that
Steve,
may help your decision.
Herb, we need to discuss it right here, and if we want to ask you, we'll ask you a question or for your advice on it. Right now, we're in the middle of this discussion. We need to follow it through. Patty.
I think one of the problems is it feasible? How would you, if you had 24 hours to fix something that came up, is that 24 hours a reasonable length of time? Either that or you have to throw out all the plants or move all the plants. And I think I need the applicant's input. I need the applicant's input on that. And the other thing, as far as the 30 days, it was discussed to us, it'd be 1/3 capacity, wait 3 weeks, 1/3 capacity, wait 3 weeks, 1/3 capacity, and then they're full up and running. And I think that was something that was brought forward from the applicant, which I remember hearing, and I would rather go with that than a 30-day. That was something that came forward with us, and I'm comfortable with that. So those are my concerns as far as requiring 24 hours to fix something. Maybe it's broken, but it's not smelling. How do we know? Or it's something that takes a little longer. It takes a while to change out all those filters over a period of time. So I think we need to be a little more reasonable on that. But not to say that we're going to allow him to spew odor for 3 months or 3 weeks. But maybe we need to look at 24 hours to try and move a whole greenhouse full of plants.
I agree with the sentiments that have been expressed by Michael to not get too specific and to not become the new
grower
USDA. And I think that Michael's comments kind of mirror George's comments earlier that it's up to them to have no odor, not to follow a detailed program, and if our detailed program didn't work, So you kind of said two different things. On the one hand, what would we do if there is odor, and on the other hand, let's not manage how they ramp up. I can accept that this is their risk. This is on them to not have any odor during a ramp-up period, and so I would leave anything related to that out of the motion. It's not in there now. It was never We never agreed to a friendly amendment.
The 24-hour.
Yeah, the 24 hours, I don't know how other board members feel other than your comment, Patty. I guess what I really was shooting for was how do you, and following up on Steve's comment about that, but how do you submit a internal management plan? We know you're going to fix the filter. We know you're going to replace an engine. You know you're going to turn the power back on. But if there is an odor problem, before our next regular meeting when we're in body to have a hearing or something, how would you deal with containing that odor if via the plants, whether it's harvesting early, moving them maybe for 24 hours is an inconsiderate time frame. And so I would remove that from the motion. That's acceptable to the seconder. Similar, I would then amend the motion one last time to say, shall also be subject to submitting a plan to our board of how you would handle internal management of the greenhouses if a ventilation system has failed, so that we have some idea what's happening.
And I'll agree to that amendment to as the seconder.
Patty, are those changes
I
acceptable?
accepted him as the seconder.
Were there other conditions or friendly?
Well, I don't know. We probably have to restate the. I think we're getting there.
Yeah.
I think we're getting there,
For clarity.
but I think we have to restate it. Yeah.
Okay.
She's going to do a clarification of the
John, do you have a?
I would just make a suggestion going in the direction that Rachel's headed right now, based on the comments that were originally offered by George and yourself, Michael. The initial condition simply be stated that the odor associated with the facility must be adequately mitigated. That leaves the imposition of a sanction, the judgment of the success or failure firmly with the BOCC. The hammer, so to speak, of either suspending the license or a portion of the license, revoking a portion of the license, or revoking the entirety of the operations license is something that the board can do at any time with 10 days notice. So it then gets beyond that simple clarifying statement that the odor shall be adequately mitigated to then the specifics of a startup. And I think that at least for an ambiguity in my mind is this 1/3, 3 weeks, 1/3, so forth. I'm not sure what 1/3 means if we're talking about available square foot area within the greenhouse, or rack space, or number of plants. We kind of have to know what we're requiring if we're going to require it. As far as the monitoring program, I would suggest something a little bit more simple, that it's not something that's mutually agreed upon. It's something that the county is going to do. And that the costs associated with the monitoring program be paid for by the applicant. I would assume that that would involve hiring an individual to do spot checks, however those spot checks turn out to be, and however the log of those spot checks should be maintained or kept, can be something that the county can modify unilaterally as we go forward through time, however we want to do it, and just leave it that way, but that the burden of it, at least the financial burden, is going to be placed upon the applicant. And as George said, I know that Kurt doesn't have any more time in his day. I mean, there's always a certain degree of flexibility with all staff, but you reach that point and then something else is going to come off. It's reality. The other issue as far as system failure, I don't know if the board wants to get into that or not, but I would offer that if the system failed and we found out about it from our own monitoring or simple complaints from the neighborhood, that relief mechanism to the neighborhood is always there in the form of a 10-day notice for a hearing on a revocation or suspension.
John, can that be in whole and in part of their operation?
Yeah.
So we could either revoke the entire operation or revoke, say, a greenhouse that they haven't been able to get
correct
fixed.
Correct. Or
Suspended.
a certain percentage of the floor area or rack space, or however you want to measure it, to otherwise limit or constrain the number of plants that are actually being grown and the odor being emitted.
Given that we're supposed to be out of this room at 4 o'clock, and it's now past 4 o'clock, and we've made a commitment to the city. And given that we are going to need to polish this motion up, I think it's essentially the same, and essentially we've gotten very close. I have to make a motion that we recess and reconvene over at the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting room, which is going to hold about half of you at best. But we've made a commitment to the city, and I just don't think we can continue the discussion here any further. It's just across the street, folks, and you know where the discussion is going, but I would make the motion to
Just so the board's aware, we have reserved sister cities, so we can either move right next door, or we can go back to our hearing room, which may take a little bit more time to set up.
Can grassroots broadcast from the sister city room? No. So I would suggest that we go back to our regular meeting room.
It'll take us a half an hour. To get grassroots over there, grassroots set up, people over there.
No, I think he's saying he can do it a little faster. No, you can't. Well, we do have to leave this room. If anybody else has another suggestion, that's fine. But I propose we recess and continue the meeting at the Board of County Commissioners meeting at room 415.
Is there a second?
Second.
So I don't know.
That's just what we
Hey,
have
all
to
in favor of recessing and moving over to our regular meeting? Say aye.
Okay.
motion, let me ask first, do we want no description of the ramp-up, phase-in program, and just clearly the burden on the applicant to not have odors while they're ramping up? Or did we want to come back to something more prescriptive, more detailed?
Michael?
Yeah, I'm fine with no description of it,
Just the obligation?
John's explanation of adequately mitigated helps me, and I think should help the residents at Holland Hills or any other residents to know that that means that if there's odor escaping, and it's up to us to decide right then and there doesn't have to be any other intermediates. It's us decide that the terms of this motion have been not met.
George?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, how many bites of the apple does the applicant get before we get to that point? And so, Michael, what you're saying is that rather than having some qualifications in terms of what or requirements, what the applicant needs to do a third, the issue is the odor has to be mitigated. And if the odor is not mitigated, then what is our course of action? I mean, do we have to have that as a condition, or is it just understood, or you know what I'm saying?
I would think that if the odor is not mitigated, we have the options of suspending the license, revoking the license, suspending operations in X, Y, or Z of the greenhouses. We have a full range of opportunities that require, a 10-day notice, and it's done. And I think that that's a great parameter, that the odor shall be adequately mitigated, and then that's period, and then it comes back to the board if it's not. And that's a given, so then the neighbors know it will come back, and we have a 10-day notice to make a decision on actions to be taken. And I agree that as far as trying to ramp up how many plants in bud, or juvenile plants, or mature plants, or mothering plants, I think we just say that odor will be adequately mitigated.
Rachel?
Well, that's just what I'm trying to get to, is more the sense of the motion. And it seems that not prescribing the ramp-up procedure is reaching consensus. No?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be all right with me.
Okay, but that the standard remains. The other item necessary for the motion is that there shall be a monitoring program set up to the approval of the county attorney's office and the Board of County Commissioners, to be paid for by the applicant. And it will be paid for through the county, so it's not a direct check from these guys to whoever the county ends up hiring to do that monitoring.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Yes. Does that seem to be?
And John had very clean language on that.
I simply stated that the county, which is direction from the board to the staff, will establish a monitoring program and determine its methodology.
An odor monitoring.
Yes.
Odor monitoring program that will be funded by the applicant.
Okay, were those the main
And
components
then what
we need to
about
capture?
if something breaks down? Are we still considering that in under the odor shall be mitigated adequately?
I guess I'm leaning more towards John's recommendation that it's either succeeding or not. And if they have a breakdown and cannot repair it very quickly, it's going to be up to them to figure out, all hands on deck, how do we get rid of this odor in the meantime?
I agree.
Or avoid
Thanks for
discharge.
the modifications, making it more clean and more simple.
The only last item I would ask about that I had in my previous motion was that the applicant would positively address the issues of winter condensate and summer temperatures impact on odor mitigation.
I think that's included in will adequately mitigate.
There's another item, though, Rachel, that you included, and that was a quarterly meeting aspect.
Oh.
If you want to establish that.
Okay, do the board members want to have a quarterly report or a quarterly pre-set up meeting? as part of this motion?
I'd be fine with that.
For the meeting of,
Yeah, it could be 5 minutes, it could be 10 minutes,
Yeah.
it could be 4 hours.
we've done that before with other applicants.
I think we would be remiss in not doing that because we should have had it during this previous year. We did have meetings, but they were more in a crisis situation, have a meeting rather than a pre-planned and like a checkup kind of a meeting.
Well, I wanted to be clear that we could still have crisis meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can have quarterly meetings, but if there's a crisis, we will have a meeting.
Yeah, so a kind of a progress update and then a chance to hear from anyone else in the community who's experiencing pros or cons with it, although I don't want them to turn into new public hearings. Let me try and see if I have it, and if not, we'll amend it as we go along. Here we go.
And there's more than one license we are reissuing? 2 licenses, so it's licenses.
Okay, thank you. I would make a motion to approve renewal of the licenses of Cooper Mason Ventures LLC, doing business as Silver Peak Apothecary, subject to the conditions that a monitoring program to be paid for by the applicant shall be set up to the satisfaction of the county attorney and the Board of County Commissioners.
Paid for by the
Yeah, I did say paid for by the applicant.
It will be set up by the county to the County Board of Commissioners approval.
Yes.
So let's,
Yeah, be set
sorry,
up.
Jeanette.
I
You got it?
And there shall be periodic meetings with the Board of County Commissioners to be on a quarterly schedule until such time it's determined they are no longer needed.
I would say the first condition, though, is that the odor will be adequately
And
mitigated.
that the odor.
Number one, yeah.
And number one condition is that the odor emanating from the property shall be adequately mitigated.
I will second that motion.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve those 3 conditions. Further discussion? George?
I hope you're going to be successful in this. So I don't want you to take this the wrong way. But I'm not going to vote for approval. I still stand by the fact that I still strongly believe that this facility is in the wrong place. And I still believe the facility is too large on top of that. And I still believe that there will be issues down the road to have to address. So again, I hope that you're successful in this path, but I can't support it.
Michael?
Yeah, I'm going to support it, but I pose the question, how do you replace a summer for a neighborhood? How do you do that? And I don't think there's an answer to that. But there is an answer of, we won't tolerate any more lost summers. That's the best answer I can give for that. So adequately mitigated doesn't sound like strong language, but it's going to be strong. My reaction is going to be strong, I guarantee you. So I'm going to support this renewal, and I wish you the best. I think you guys are representing the best you can, but only results are going to tell.
I truly understand the neighborhood concerns about this not being in the right location, but, we hear that from everybody in the county, it's not in the right location. So it would be great if we had a solution to that. Where is the right location? So this did come on, quote unquote, as an experiment, and I'm hoping that experiment is done for the lives of the people who live in that neighborhood. But I have to, again, like Michael had to do about your last summer, reiterate the fact that we need to get a handle on if there's other growing operations in the neighborhood that may be impacting, because if we solve the problem across the street, are we solving the problem for the neighborhood? And it's my understanding that neighborhood homeowners associations can review that in their protective covenants. It's a tough decision to make. I live with a very strict homeowners association, but if it's a problem, I want that problem to be solved for the neighborhood. I don't want there to be some other issue that pops up in your neighborhood that ruins your summer next year. You don't deserve that.
Rachel?
Yeah, I agree with that comment, Patty, and that's not to shift the responsibility and the issue that's really in front of us today.
Not at all.
But it is important, and you know, there's a point at which no one wants to be the narc. Was that the language I heard at another meeting? But if there are other grow facilities that are causing owners, they should be reported to the skunk smell website, or they need to just not be mirage that's out there. I don't know if that's causing problems, it's not causing problems, but if folks do think they're causing problems beyond this, we need to have more active involvement in resolving those by letting us know where they are and letting your neighbors know where they are. I'm going to go forward with this action today, as difficult as it is, and that's difficult for the neighbors, because I think that it's really about where we are today, and it's about moving forward with solutions as opposed to trying to extract a couple pounds of flesh for the failures of the past. But this is totally and entirely putting the discretion and the responsibility on you to fulfill what were the original terms of this license: no odor impacting the neighborhoods. And I advise you strongly to exercise caution and not get ahead of yourselves, and to know that a little odor can be a lot of odor to other people. Yeah, maybe you get a little immune to it when you're working around it all the time, but folks who aren't, it's not. And that's all I'm going to say.
I will support it on those conditions also. This points out the growing pains that the marijuana growing industry in Colorado is having. We get to talk to county commissioners from all around the state, and different places have different problems than we do. All sorts of variety of problems, and ours are, I see us as being on the forefront of coming up with solutions that can help the whole state. That's really why I voted for this a year ago, because our county supported Amendment 64 with more than a 75% majority in every precinct in the county. And then it's a case of everybody took a not in my backyard attitude. I wholeheartedly believe that we should grow the marijuana that we use in this county to be grown here, because it provides jobs for people. We can have some control over how it's grown, and not be shipping in product from big warehouses in Denver or somewhere. And it's not like the marijuana industry is brand new in Colorado. It's been around for decades, and now it's just as above board, and we have the transparency now to be able to have a discussion like this, which I think is really healthy for the community. Also, to me, it's easier knowing that we have to look at this again next year for the annual renewal. That's just part of the program. So if they don't get it right, we can shut them down at any time. We can review the whole thing rigorously next September. And I hope the report next September there's a bunch of ends on the report from the smells from all the neighborhoods around there, and no complaints. And that's what I really think is going to happen, because these guys have been working really hard to get there. So, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks to the community. Thanks for everybody coming.
And we do have other items of business, so if you want further conversations, just take them outside so we can move on.
Okay, moving on to our next item on the agenda is a land use public hearing. Acceptance of covenant for 19 Little Cloud Trail. And we have Lance Clark here to discuss this, and this is a land use public hearing item.
Come on up, Kurt. Kurt Sanders is representing the Little Cloud Homeowners Association and actually representing Lot 2 Little Cloud, which is the focus of this issue. Many of you are familiar with Little Cloud Development. Little Cloud Development is the lower portion of Shadow Mountain, just beyond Cove Park. In fact, I think all of you or most of you were at the site visit not too many months ago, this spring, for the Lau Reeder property, which is right at the base of Shadow Mountain, and the Little Cloud lots are just above that. And there is 4 lots in the Little Cloud subdivision. Lot 1 has been developed, Lot 3 has been developed, and Lot 2 is now in the process of being developed. When we did the site plan approval for Lot 2, one of the conditions of approval for that site plan approval was that the bruise net, the rockfall and avalanche mitigation that is in place behind lots 1, 2, and 3, that we have some means to ensure that that always is in place and is always functional. Very often, when we put conditions in land use approvals, particularly with mitigation that we're very concerned about it staying there forever in perpetuity because of its importance, is how do we legally do that? Because actually, when we do our site plan approval, the mitigation that we put in those conditions is a condition of granting the certificate of occupancy. Once the certificate of occupancy is granted, there's difficulty in always being able to know that we can enforce all of the conditions in that approval in perpetuity. And something as important as this, which is a very substantial rockfall and mitigation device, and I included in the packet a picture to show you how substantial that fence is and why it's there. A couple springs ago, there was a gigantic rock that came down from the top of Little Cloud, essentially right above Lot 2. And this bruise net that was put in place actually did its job superbly and stopped that rock. But the bruise net was damaged and had to be repaired. And so we want to be sure that at all times and in all cases that this bruise net remain inspected, functional, and maintained. So in talking with Kurt Sanders, the representative for the Lot 2 owner, Tom Lewis, and John Ely, we actually came up with the idea that the best way to ensure that this type of structure, in this case and many other cases, to make sure that it remains in place is to do a covenant. So what we have done is drafted a covenant where the owner of the Little Cloud Association agrees to always inspect, maintain, repair, and keep in good working order that bruise net for the protection of Lot 2 and the other lots. And it allows the Pitkin County to come in and make improvements, make repairs, do inspections if the landowner does not do that, and it allows Pitkin County to bill the landowner for any costs of inspection, maintenance, and repair. And this is really the first time we've done this. We don't think it'll probably be the last. We think it's a good way to deal with this kind of situation. So we have prepared this draft covenant for your review, and we are recommending that you authorize the chair to accept this covenant on behalf of Pitkin County. And this is, because it's a covenant, it's taking an interest in the property, so it's an ordinance, it's 2 readings, and this is today's the public hearing on this.
Patty?
Just so to make it clear, I was part of the original approval for the Little Cloud, and I think we met for 80 hours, 40 hours, 80?
Well, we had, every permit was appealed. There was a lawsuit.
It was significant.
The lawsuit is what resulted in this bruise net being built, and being built as substantial as it is. So yeah, it was,
yeah.
Not for this lot, though.
No, it was for the other lots, but so I'm happy to see that it was in place when needed, and that I agree with staff that it needs to have this covenant to ensure that that safety net, no pun intended, is there. Or actually pun intended, maybe.
Yeah, these questions are for you, Lance, and our attorney as well. Does this create any county liability for a rock that goes through the birch net or anything? Is by becoming a party to this mitigation, are we creating new liabilities for the county? Knowing that anyone can always sue us, but true liability.
I know, people are.
People can.
They are.
People do.
Well, you know, given the scope of the Governmental Immunity Act and the structure of the covenant, I would say that our liability is minimal. And to the extent that we actually engage in any physical work on any property, we can go the extra step at that time and have it particularly insured for at least some duration until we're satisfied that our immunity does provide adequate protection.
Okay, kind of as a follow-up to that, and certainly not to the current owners, but if for some reason in the future the maintenance repair is not done on a regular basis, or we feel that it's not, and we need to go in and do that, do we have that full ability to bill back the Little Cloud homeowners and make ourselves whole on the expense?
Yes, and to establish that amount as in a judgment format, and have that become a lien on the property and collect it and ultimately enforce a sale if we have to.
Okay, thank you very much.
I remember that when we were looking at Lyle Reeder's property, there was a discussion about the gap in the net up on the hill, and that the current homeowners up there didn't want to complete that gap. Is that still the situation now, that, or with us having this covenant, would we be able to require that the net be made 100% without the gap in it?
When we review the final site plan for the Reeder property, now the Behringer property, we'll be reviewing the mitigation that they propose, and we don't know yet where they will propose that. It potentially could be an extension of the Little Cloud net. It potentially could be on Reeder's property, the Behringer property. Mm-hmm. But it will have to be proven to be adequate for the development on that property.
Okay, and that would be up to Lyle Reeder's
Correct.
estate to do that.
It's now owned by
or whoever owns
Behringer.
it. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I'll do a motion to accept the covenant of Little Cloud Homeowners Association for maintenance of rockfall mitigation device. And this is, public hearing will be set. This is first read.
This is the public hearing,
This is
first
the public-
reading and public hearing.
Second.
This is a public hearing. Does anybody in the audience wish to comment about this at this time? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks, Kurt.
Okay, thank you.
My daughter's 12 now, by the way.
Is she? Oh, my God.
My wife was pregnant for round one.
I remember, and we were waiting because she was due.
During the.
Well, did you see what I had on Monday?
I saw that.
Yes.
That's
So hopefully the next time you come back, it won't be 12 years.
College.
not.
It'll be college.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gosh, I forgot that's right.
Okay, I see that there are no more public hearings today, so I'll close the public hearing for the day. Our next item is Ashcroft Ski Touring extension of deadline to construct 2 employee units.
Yes. The 2 units are the 2 units that would be adjacent to what I know I still refer to as the King Cabin, but technically it's now the Adventure Center, Arrival Center. So since we were here last, that was completed, that building was completed. Last year, we agreed to take a payment in lieu for the 3-bedroom unit, rather than having that constructed, since the Forest Service was not supportive of building of that, and anticipated moving forward with the 2 units. And John did submit permits spring of 2014 to us. The issue that's holding up those permits for us is adequate water supply for the units, which requires a well permit. And I think, as John and I understood from discussions with the Forest Service, basically it was needing to survey a 35-acre area that they can designate for a well to get a well permit through the state. That was, I think, what we both understood was the step that needed to happen. In the conversations in the last day, to see if someone from the Forest Service might be available to be here today, and determining that they would not, but I did talk to Martha Moran and got several emails to understand where that stands. She said, oh, it's not as simple as a survey. It's a survey and then a hydrologist and demonstration of compliance with federal water laws, and a whole series of things. And she said, you know, issues are getting the staff to make these things happen. I guess White River National Forest, Andrea Holland Sears was kind of the water person. She retired several years ago. They have not replaced that position. And so anyway, I mean, that's a piece of it, is just getting the people to make this happen. Again, the emails and my conversation with Martha was, so what's the chance of this happening in the next year if we extend the deadline for another year? Was sort of inconclusive. There's no guarantee, I guess, on their end. The way it was described to me is that it's on their program of work for the next year, which I guess their fiscal year starts in October, but it has not yet been accepted. So I guess there's a list of projects that this is on, but they haven't actually then said which ones have priority to move forward. So there's no guarantee at this point if the work on their end that needs to happen would happen within the next year or not. Do you think that's an accurate, short version of the emails that have gone around?
Answer your question.
Well, here, maybe I'll finish. Maybe then you can have your. There's a lot more to it, and I guess you can. But that I think that's, you know, gives you kind of the short piece. Is we've come in here to ask to extend the deadline for another year, understanding that there is work that has to occur on the Forest Service's end to allow our permits to be issued. I think there's probably even more to it than that on the end of the Forest Service. So I guess it leaves you in the position of, are we just wanting to grant another 1-year extension on our end and see where we are, you know, again, a year from now, or some other alternative. But that's essentially the again, the short version of the answer from the Forest Service about where this stands.
George? Yeah, I mean, I understand the resources or the lack of resources that the Forest Service has right now with their tremendous budget cuts that they're seeing, certainly here in the White River National Forest. But having said that, I know that you're working with the Forest Service on working on sort of a master plan for the Castle Creek Valley, and we've got a pretty good relationship, I believe, with not only with our new district ranger, Karen, but also with the supervisor, Scott Fitzwilliam. So I just wonder if maybe Martha's not the right person that we should be just taking the final word with, but should we be having a conversation with Karen and Scott? Or
Just so you know, the emails, when Martha did respond to my initial request, everyone is copied. I mean, I think all of the people you mentioned and more as part of the Forest Service team. So again, could there, be additional conversation, to really understand what else going on their end and John's end? I mean, I do think some of the information that was coming out is not, John has not had those conversations with the Forest Service either. So clearly some conversation needs to happen, but it wasn't, I don't think just Martha, it was Martha responding, but.
Yeah, but I just wonder if a face-to-face meeting with Scott and Karen and Martha here with the BOCC may be beneficial.
I don't think it would hurt.
It would help, probably help. I mean, from our standpoint, it was I received a letter on June 14th of 14. Enclosed the regional office draft letter to move ahead with the King Cabin / caretaker construction projects. So they equivocated to an email to Suzanne yesterday saying that this was a project that wasn't necessarily approved, actually building the cabins, not just the water well. So that just happened yesterday, but I told Martha, by the way, you better look back at your emails because I got a letter from the regional office saying we're approved to build the cabins. What we did in this spring was we thought we had instigated by signing, they have a thing called cost recovery now. So anytime anyone works, sort of like what you guys do in your building department, if someone works on a project, they charge you for it. So we signed it and assumed they were coming up in June. They did come up in June with a surveyor, Wyman, Bodagger, however you say his last name, and Jim, who's the lands guy. They spent a day on a 2-foot easement across the bridge to our Star Peak parcel that somehow had been lost in the shuffle years ago, and they wanted this cleaned up. They did that. They came and did the final survey for the driveway to the Montezuma parcel and did that. I was on vacation, came back and said, well, did you do the well? No, we didn't do the well. And I said, well, you were there with the surveyor, and all you had to do was go do the well. So this thing about a hydrologist and all of that is news to me. I mean, I'm flabbergasted. I believe, and it sort of is in one of the emails, where it says, this was given to you by an old ranger, a different ranger. So insinuating that the new ranger now is taking a different position. While I agreed with the ranger on the 3-bedroom cabin, because of the aesthetically of where it would sit by the restaurant, if you remember, we had the conversation, or at least you guys did, right, with Karen and Martha, relative to the 3-bedroom, but they never came up at that point and said, we don't want the 2 down by the King Cabin, correct?
My understanding has been right, yeah. They
yeah.
opposed the 3-bedroom, but they were still interested in seeing these units for a presence up there.
Not thrilled, but acceptable. And remember what I said to the board was that we want these. I don't want to give you cash in lieu for these 2 things. But I gave cash in lieu for the other 3-bedroom, and I could have used that as a down payment for something, but I paid the cash in lieu. I would rather, we need the housing, we need the on-site housing. We can't have, zero on-site housing on the forest. It's not fair. She even said, Karen said, I don't know if I have it written somewhere, but she said, well, put them on your 5 acres. Well, I'm not taking a piece of, 5-acre land right in front of the view plane of the restaurant and then build more employee housing on it. I won't do it. That's not fair. So I'm amazed by the last couple of days. I think by this afternoon, or by midday today, Martha sort of realized that she had sent this letter. It did approve the cabins, so that part of it's off the table. So all it remains is the drilling of a well.
Rachel?
I'm going to lose my building permit now, and I've extended it, right? I can't extend it again. So I'm going to spend $4,000, $2,000 each time on the building permits and lose that because it'll expire in March. Well, unless I start by March.
By March.
Right.
Yeah, John, what a long, painful tale this has been. Honestly, I've been dealing with it for the full 9 years I've been on this board, and others had history prior to that. Board members may remember it at various times. I've said, hey, we should just get some units at the Airport Business Center, or you should subsidize rent somewhere else until these units actually can be constructed. Some of that was when we were at a real low point in the housing market values in this community because of the recession, but of course that wasn't the direction from the board. I wish it had been, because we could have seen some of this resolved. I can look at this history and have nothing but empathy for you on this most recent go-round. You're making sincere efforts to get this last bit of affordable housing mitigation done. I would, as others have suggested, be happy to try to prod the Forest Service along. I have a lot of empathy for them too because of their budget cuts, but this is something that's unacceptable to me from them because it's a resort recreational amenity and it has certain service needs, and there's been an ongoing master plan for a long period of time, and to not have yet had the opportunity to complete their side of the approvals, as it were, so this component could go forward. It just doesn't make sense to me, and it's something that, clearly there should be some on-site managers or employees as well in such a remote location. So to keep it simple and short, I am willing to support the, how would we call it, extension of the deadline for the construction of the last affordable housing unit until December of 2016.
I'm gonna support that too, but I would like to see how we can follow up with a meeting or something. I don't know what the board or staff wants to recommend that we do to try and see if we can explain the nature of this and the need to move it on with the Forest Service.
Is that a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, George, a second.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot that part, didn't I, Mike? I've been seconding all that. Thought it was an assumed second.
Michael?
Let me ask a question, Lance or Suzanne. Does John have the option of putting in a water storage tank at the site and trucking in potable water for the units?
Well, yes, there are circumstances where we have allowed that. We have a policy. I don't have it with me, but it's the Environmental Health Department administers it. We wrote it 10 years ago or so because there were some properties that could not achieve a viable well, but they had a development right. So we did come up with a water trucking policy. If someone makes certain types of efforts for a certain period of time and can show they cannot come up with a viable source of water any other way, we have done that.
Yeah, so I don't know what kind of option that is, but it seems to me we should also allow that as an option. And the Forest Service maybe will come up with a whole series of regulations about a storage tank. But it makes the possibility of building those units and supplying with water possible, it seems to me, at least at this point.
It's a good thought. We
Michael,
did that up
you had
133.
the exact same thought I did. Every house in the Virgin Islands has a cistern built on it. That's the first thing they build is the cistern, and then the rest of the house is built on it, and they all rely on either trucking in water or capturing rainwater. So that works.
One of the things we're forgetting to mention here, it's not the Forest Service per se, the other culprit is the state. I actually went down one time to the state. The state said you had to have 2 wells, even though the buildings are adjacent to each other. And they said that if the employee units were attached to the king cabin, that could mean that you could get away with possibly, he said it was a gray area, 1 well. But you see, there is a well, and it's producing water for the toilets in the king cabin as opposed to the toilets and showers in the employee units, which is too bad. But I guess that's
Could the county accept a plan to use the 1 well from the king cabin to supply the 2?
State, the state didn't, the state
They
said,
won't allow.
because the units are planned to be detached, and so,
Okay.
you know,
Could,
they always said it was a separate permit.
could water be gotten from the spring that supplies the Aces property, Stuart Mace's?
Oh.
They don't have very good water, I don't think.
I was thinking you were going to say that up by the Pine Creek Cookhouse. I don't know anything about the water
No, the
supply
state
there,
would
but
allow it because then it
I
would be
wouldn't think so.
another.
Okay.
Another use.
George.
Is that a new regulation by the state? Because there's many homes in Pickens County that share wells.
The well that is permitted for the arrival center is a commercial exempt well, and they need a residential well for the 2 units. So it's, you know,
Different
fitting
regulations.
within right there.
We have a motion and a second.
Yeah. Any further discussion to approve the 1-year extension?
I would still like to see if there's something we can do to meet with at some point, maybe with our joint meet, I don't know. I think that's something with staff. Yeah, with the Forest Service that we could bring this up. Or George, since you brought up, do you have any thoughts to how we could?
Well, I don't know when our next quarterly is scheduled, but if it's a ways away, well, I know our schedule the next couple of months is pretty tight anyway with budget, but I would try to do this as soon as possible.
I'm wondering if a partial building permit could be given to John to do like the foundation work or something, so that he could activate the building permit
You need to have water before you can move forward.
before he can even do the foundation.
It's just too much of a precedent. You can't bend the rules all the time. But he's getting an extension, and it's unfortunate. But that's about all we can do other than trying to pressure the Forest Service.
And look into the water tank issue, if that's a possibility. That's a great idea, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just need to be creative.
Can I bring up, or should I wait until, did you vote?
No, we didn't vote yet. I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
John?
I'd like to, I called the housing office the other day, and one of the things that's broken our hearts over the years is the property directly across from the hospital. I tried to buy it, but the city outbid me and paid some enormous amount of money. And I just sit there seeing the old mailbox and the grass growing and the trees, and I wonder if what your plan is for employee housing in the county, and whether you'd consider looking at that parcel as a possible site for county employee housing. I've contributed a lot of money already. I could conceivably contribute, you know, depending what it would cost, but I don't know what your plan is for county housing. I know that the sign saying city starts somewhere there. I don't know if it starts before the property or right after the property, but it is a vacant lot. It would be ideal for Ashcroft employees, might be also good for Country Day employees, hospital employees, or teachers. And it just, I don't know how many years it's been vacant, but it's been vacant for a number of years, right? Like 5
So
or 8
the
years.
city purchased it?
Yes.
So the city purchased it, so.
City owns it as far as I know.
Yeah,
Do you need
I was
to?
just gonna say, I don't know that we can get involved or push their program per se, you know, if they bought it with their housing money, they're gonna be more about general lottery as opposed to allocating housing in specific lots to specific types of employees or employees of specific businesses, so they'd have a tough precedent there to break, and, you know, it's an opportunity, they own a lot of lots around town that they haven't done anything yet because they've been finishing Burlingame, and, but we do try to look at opportunities when we can to work together, and we're trying to move forward on some projects as well, but they're not immediate to Castle Creek the way that is. But I take that as a great heads up, but it's not something that's actionable in the classic sense.
I thought I'd ask, and the second question I've asked, and really not asked Cindy, asked Lance, I've asked Suzanne. So Elk Mountain Lodge is 25 bedrooms, 25 bathrooms, has no employee mitigation whatsoever, and no deed restrict employee housing on the property. Is that the answer that I keep getting? And you wonder how we feel driving by it. Is that the official answer?
I don't remember if there's anything beyond outside, but there was no mitigation. There was no mitigation required when it converted from the special review use that was going on, the event hall, to a residence.
And no on-site housing. Thought I'd ask.
Yeah, this is huge.
Thank you, John.
Okay, well, thank you, John,
Thank
for
you.
coming in, and hopefully this is our last meeting, and we'll get the fire lit under the Forest Service and get
How
that.
come I always follow the marijuana guys? I did last year, too. All right, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay, open discussion? We don't have, do any commissioners have any open discussion items? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye. Thanks, Grassroots.